Thank you. I want to thank the following senators for joining me this morning in the Legislative Hall. Senator Rector, Senator Ada, and the Vice Speaker Cruz. Thank you very much. As we all can see, we do not have a quorum to be able to presume session. It is now 9:19 a.m.
Senator Ada, Senator Rector, Senator Munya Barnes, Senator Taitagri, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Speaker Wampet, and yourself, Vice Speaker Cruz. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8. We have quorum.
We have a quorum. The legislature is now in session. Madam Speaker, do I understand your bill is up next?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that Bill 229-30 COR as substitute.
Can you get the mic down closer to your...
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? I'd like to make a motion to place Bill 229-30 in the third reading filed as substituted by the Committee on Education. And I'd like to just give some background information on the intent of Bill 229.
Any objection to placing 229 in third reading for discussion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Yamashita Educator Corps was created to encourage and produce a number of teachers as necessary to educate our island's children. As a matter of fact, Guam has been far more advanced than basically most states in the United States, because we have actually been one of the first that has actually had this in implementation to try to grow our own teachers. Some institutions in the mainland are now making that as a recommendation, but we have been doing this for many years now, and it has actually started to. We've really seen the results of growing our own. Now, over the years, due to budget shortfalls and a reprioritization of general funds, the legislature has slowly decreased its appropriations to student scholarships, particularly the YEC, creating then a shortage in available scholarships. Now, in order to maximize to the fullest extent of every dollar that goes into YEC, we must reevaluate the benefits given to scholarship recipients. Currently, students under the YEC receive benefits of full payment of tuition and fees for attendance at the University of Guam, and a payment of $250 for textbooks for each semester, and it goes on further, a monthly stipend. Now, in order to maximize benefits for more student scholarships, we need to limit scholarship benefits to only full time of tuition and fees, and a credit, and this is the change, a credit of $550 each semester for the purchase of books. So that means it's being amended to increase the textbook allotment from $250 to $500. Currently, each student is costing us $44,497.20 for the 4-year program. With the changes, we will realize a savings of $14,800 for every student currently in the 4-year undergraduate program. With this change, which is just the stipends alone, we can offer 13 additional teacher scholarships above the annual average of 25. So every year, 25 will be accepted into the new program. And with the savings in the stipend, we will be able to bring in an additional 13 more new students into the program. So that number would increase from 25 now to 38. In speaking about prioritization, we also recognize that there is a significant shortage of teachers, and that this should be one of the top priorities we make in education. We need to reprogram funds to make sure that funds are properly utilized to realize such priority. The current YAC allows, and this was done about 2 legislatures ago, for a graduate program in counseling and administration. I understand the importance of counselors and principals, but the priority at the moment should be getting more teachers in the classrooms instead of administrators. By eliminating the graduate program, we will realize a savings of $25,116.80 for every student currently in the 2-year graduate program. With this change, Mr. Speaker, we can again offer an additional 4 more teacher scholarships at the cost of $7,424.30 per year. With the changes cited, we will be able to provide an additional 17 teacher scholarships above the annual average of 25. The current administrative cost of the YAC have been tracking an average of 25% annually throughout the years. For the tracking of less than 190 students and a staff of 5 has contributed to this high cost of about an average of $386,000 per year. Now, compared with the 11% in administrative costs of the Financial Aid Office with a staff of 8, tracking about 500 students for over 9 scholarships. So just look at the difference. 25% administrative cost for YAC, 11% cost for administrative cost for the Financial Aid's Office. The YAC has less than 190 students. The Financial Aid's Office have about 500 students. YAC has 5 staff. Financial Aid Office has 9. So, 8. So you're going to have to consider, what the costs have been for these 2 types of programs and what the savings would be and how much we're able to offer more scholarship for students. So to save costs, the bill would move the administration of YAC to the University of Guam and into the Financial Aid Office. At the 10% administrative cost, which is approximately $120,000, the administrative cost would be, that would be the ceiling. Which we did, by the way, in our this last budget. So for this fiscal year already, they are at 10% administrative cost. And the realization then from that transfer and the reduction of the administrative cost from 25% now to 10, there is and will be a savings of $268,000. So if we divide that number now by the yearly cost of $7,424.30 for a teacher scholarship, that would equate to approximately an additional 36 more teacher scholarships. They bring in 25 every year, but they will be able to bring in now an additional 36 more. So if you take then the 25 every year, the 17 from the undergraduate program, and then your 36 that you'll be saving on administrative costs, Mr. Speaker, every year we'll be able to bring in, instead of the average 25 student scholarships, teacher scholarships, there will be a total then of 78. So that means if you take the 25 annually and you subtract that from the 78, the additional teachers, students that we'll be able to give scholarships to are 53. 53 more students. We spoke to the senior vice president of the university, and even at the public hearing, she had indicated that the university already has a plan to move the current employees throughout the university. One employee has already resigned, and such position then will not be filled. But there may be 1 to 2 of the additional employees that are there, of the 5 that I told you about, will be absorbed by the financial aid office for continuing the program, and more importantly, because then they do have one vacancy as well, so then they can be able then to place that additional person. Then the other individual, the executive director, will be absorbed by the School of Education. So there are some questions that we have asked some of the students who are not in the program, but are education majors, why they did not apply for the YEC. And some of the responses are really very interesting. Some of them have said is that they don't have the time, of course, to apply. One is that they don't want the service requirement. Two, they think the application might be too tedious. And lastly, some of them feel that they might not be able to get into the program. So Mr. Speaker, because of not just only hard times, but more importantly, because we continue to have a shortage of teachers, that these are recommendations that this bill is actually then intends to do, is to increase the number of teachers who will be able to participate in the program. Now, there are some questions I know that some of my colleagues have, because they have received apparently a letter from the director. Let me see, I just want to make sure I get the right title. The administrator of the YEC program, Dr. John Sanchez. And in his letter, which he had submitted, given a copy and addressed to Senator Rector, and it was very nice of him to then forward this to me for me to print it out. And it's unfortunate that I had not received this copy at all during the testimony. However, there was a request by the administrator for my staff to actually go up there and speak to the students at the beginning or the opening of this school year to address what the bill's intentions are and to answer any of their questions. Now, some of the major concerns that he has here when he says that by removing the stipend, that it would adversely affect the attractiveness of the scholarship, and that many of their recipients are parents and can only afford to go to school because of the stipend. Mr. Speaker, I do not need to remind you and everybody else is that already this scholarship pays for all tuition. This scholarship that we have, the YC scholarship, pays for books. This scholarship pays for fees, with even increased the allotment for textbook, because we know that textbooks are going up. So they were originally at $250, and now it's been increased to $500. We're doubling that amount every semester. Then there's the other concern they said about an increase in the obligation. You know, I've spoken to many of the professors up there that says that, you know, even, and this is a surprise to me, that even when I was talking to the professors, even for the nursing program, they wanted to increase even the service requirement, because they know that as soon then as if they are in a regular program, they're going to leave. And granted, we did a one-to-one, and now there is a change for 2-to-1. And first priority would be given to DOE. It's not as if though then that if we don't have the positions, then they can work for other private schools or even DODEA. But you know, we're not even discriminating at that and not holding them to just saying you must teach in Guam DOE. And as much as we like them to, sometimes depending on the majors, they don't. There's already a saturation of that particular discipline. So then they're unable to continue. And see, and that is something also that should be looked at and prioritized, what areas, what specialty areas we really need our students to be majoring in. At one time, there used to be a shortage even in social studies teachers, and for some reason, all of a sudden everybody went into that program, and now we're finding that we have an abundance of teachers in social studies. So many of those teachers now could not be taken in the department. So they'll look at other minors that they have and courses that they've taken as a secondary course, so that we'll be able to absorb them in our public school system. But we're finding that even with that, there is a saturation of that particular position, and they would have to now leave, unfortunately, or not even enter Guam DOE schools, and that they would have to, and they end up going to the private sector or to the DEA. I ran into a couple of friends of mine who were in the same program as I. We were social studies teachers in the day, and I've asked them, where are you? Are you contract teachers for DOE? And they've told me no, because there are no vacancies for them. So they're now currently at private schools. So we need to have our teachers stay longer in our school system. Another concern that they also have is the operations of the program. They're saying it's a government of Guam success story. And, and if that really is, of course, the case, then why aren't we producing the number of teachers that we want? 25 every year versus now an additional 53, so a total of 78. Just think, 78 more teachers student teachers versus the 25 that we're going to be hiring. The other concern that's on page 2 of the letter is that Bill 229 does not require any DOE representative on the committee because then they feel that as the YEC graduates are expected to seek employment at GDOE, that they would be required to treat them as preferential hires, and it only makes sense that they're involved in the selection of awardees. And that's not necessarily true, because we all know that the program is designed for Guam DOE, and therefore, yes, all of the members who are part of that committee then will definitely be looking, yes, the first priority will be GDOE until GDOE says that they don't have any openings, and then naturally they would have to end up going to other school systems. The bill there, he also stated that Bill 229 eliminates the 3 needed programs, which are the Counselor Corps, the Principal Corps, and the Teacher Recertification Scholarship. And I have to ask that question, that's based on what? Yep, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you realize this, but when I first came in as my first year as a first-year senator, and I had chaired the Committee on Education, and I went in and looked at the scholarships, and I looked at the history of these scholarships that were created, and we have veered away from the original intent of these scholarships, because every time, whether we like to admit it or not, there are special interest groups out there who lobbies, of course, the senators, whether it's a relative or a child or whatever it is, that these scholarships have changed. It's the face of the scholarship has changed so much to always meet these personal interest groups, when in essence we knew then, the senators knew then, they had the wisdom then and the thinking, far ahead thinking, that we've always been hiring teachers from off-island, contract teachers. We're bringing them in the hundreds. It used to be that there were 300 vacancies every school year, and that number has dropped and dwindled down now to about 100, little over 100, because we are growing our own. Can you imagine what that number would be like now? It will drop even more when we can bring in an additional 53 more of our own students to become teachers here. I can foresee that then from that 100 and some numbers would actually come down to maybe even half of that 50, and even better if we can bring it down to 25, and then be able to go and hire our teachers who have retired on a contract basis. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that, with this explanation, and more importantly, if we really truly look at what it is, the real intent of these scholarships, that these are teacher scholarships. These are people who may not have the opportunity to go to school, and we are providing that. This government, I think, and the people of Guam has been really very generous. And I just wish that, yes, that all these children who don't have that opportunity will now, 53 more of them, when this bill passes, 53 more of our people out there can now apply and enter and become teachers. And that would bring a total each year of now 78. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Any other senators wish to be heard on Bill 229? Senator Gutherts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to commend the Speaker for her effort to look at the government-sponsored scholarships with the view of improvements and focusing on some of the current needs. I agree with her in many ways, but I have a number of questions, and I think all of us here want to do the right thing for these scholarship programs to ensure that the purposes are met and that the participants are accountable. But we also want to ensure that there is inclusion for those that may be eligible and those that have a need. Now, one of the things that I'm concerned about with reference to this particular bill in general is the big change we're making, Mr. Speaker, is to remove the stipends, the stipend aspect of the Teacher Corps scholarship program. And we've all been receiving different information from different folks up at the university, some by email, some by phone calls, and some by letter. And the information that I have is that we may not be getting a total perspective on what the impact of this bill and the next scholarship bill is going to have. So I would like to request my colleagues that we invite the program coordinators and the deans of the colleges or schools that have oversight of these scholarships to come here for a committee of the whole so we can ask them directly the proper questions. I don't like responding to emails, and I don't like responding to phone calls in isolation. I'd much rather talk to the key folks involved with these programs to ask the questions. So with the indulgence of the Speaker, I'd like to request that we invite the head of the Teacher Corps program, the head of the nursing scholarship program, the head of the Doc Sanchez Scholarship Program, and any other scholarship programs, plus the deans of their respective schools or colleges from the University of Guam, to come here to answer our questions. I think by doing that, we can make intelligent decisions on changes that are reflected in this particular bill and the next bill that's going to come up, and maybe come across other things that we haven't yet discovered that we need to do in form of amendment. So that would be my request, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I? As much as, I appreciate the fact that when we do the Committee of the Whole, yes, we're able to get a lot of information from them that we normally didn't have. But, Mr. Speaker, we do have a process. I mean, why do we have public hearings? We advertise this by law, the open law, is that we must advertise this 5 days in advance and 3 days even beforehand. And then letters did go out. We even went, and some of my staff members have met with these individuals. I have met with them even personally. I mean, if this is going to be, and somehow I think we're starting now, to be able that every time there's a bill now for whatever the subject matter is that we're going to always resolve into Committee of the Whole. We'll be here forever, and I'm not saying only for my bill. We've done that for others, and some of them, yes, warrants, having to go into Committee of the Whole. But then let's not negate the whole public hearing process. So I really don't like, to do this, but I would have to gracefully object to that request. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gutherts.
Mr. Speaker, my rationale is very simple. I was at the hearings when we had university officials come to testify, but the officials that came to testify on these bills were the vice president of the university. It was not the program officials that actually administer these scholarships. And it really is the program administrators that understand the workings of the scholarships, the challenges, the problems, the successes, the issues, and it is those folks who can answer the questions. So I make this in good faith. The alternative to that, to the good speaker, and I don't want to disagree, but I have a lot of amendments here that may not be necessary if we can get our questions answered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Tydegui, is it on this request?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing in support of the objection. Some of the administrators for the Yamashita program had the opportunity through via email their concerns. And I received even a second letter from Mr. Sanchez in regards to this, giving us data information. Now at this point, it's up to this body to decide by taking that information, looking at it, and determining what is best for the people of Guam, what is best for the programs to initiate more teachers into the program. So I have to stand in support of the objection to bring in for a committee of the whole.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the request by Senator Gutherts that we resolve in the committee? Senator Rector, I see your hand go up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the speaker to a certain extent. I mean, we really need to take care of this stuff in committee and in public hearings, and we do that. But this is a pretty far-reaching bill, and it's going to affect a lot of lives, and it's going to affect the system, and it takes away benefits that currently exist to people in the system and creates new benefits for other people. I think this has just got so much impact that I would certainly like to resolve the committee of the whole so that I could get a little bit more information now that I've had time to get feedback from people in the community. So I rise in support of Senator Guthert's call to go into committee of the whole. Thank you.
I'm getting nasty looks that I shouldn't be accepting debate on this issue. We'll take a vote. Those in favor of resolving into the committee of the whole, please raise your right hand, or any hand. Yes. The motion fails. Senator Gutherts on the bill.
The legislature.
That wasn't mine. The clerks.
I have some questions on the bill because it does reenact and repeals and reenacts. And on the stipend issue, how many students are going to be affected by this repeal of the stipend? I know the current students will be able to continue. Am I correct, Madam Speaker? Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Speaker, would you care to yield to that question?
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this bill would only affect the new students coming into the program. Every one of them who are current in the program will continue.
Okay. And how many students are projected to come into the program after that without the stipend?
The average every year, Mr. Speaker, is 25. Every year they bring in 25 more new students.
Okay.
With the savings of the stipends, there will be an additional 17 new teacher scholarships that could be awarded. And then with the additional administrative costs being reduced, which was already done in the budget, what this does is that we are able to calculate now from that savings already is an additional, again, 36 more teacher scholarships. So there will be a total of 53 coming in, the 17 plus the 36, just with changes in the scholarship program. And in the new year, we would realize a total then of not 25, but a total of 78 more new scholarships to be awarded.
Is that sufficient, Senator Guthertz?
Well,
Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do.
Please.
Thank you. I'd like to know what was the response of the School of Education with respect to removing the stipend? What was their response? How did they react to it?
Would you care to yield to that, Madam Speaker?
Mr. Chairman, when I was doing the introduction earlier, I had actually gone through the letter from the administrator, and I've given, basically, I've responded to each one of these as I was presenting it. So,
Did they endorse removing the stipend, Mr.
I think
Speaker?
there's a difference between the administrator. Maybe I'm wrong. She's asking about the dean of the School of Education. Is that
Well, I'd like to know what the position of the School of Education is
which is separate from
removing the
the
stipend.
administrator of the Yamashita Scholarship?
Well, it could be one and the same, I don't know. But
Madam
all
Speaker.
I'm saying is that I'd like to have a comfort level that the School of Education is endorsing or supports the removal of the stipend for the Yamashita Teacher Corps participants.
I did not get any response from the School of Education.
Okay.
Senator Guthertz, any further
Well,
questions?
Well, that's my dilemma, Mr. Speaker, that this is a proposal, this is an idea, a concept, it's reflected in the bill, but we don't know specifically how the School of Education reacts to it. The School of Education is the institution within the university responsible for the delivery of the educational component and the administration of the Teacher Corps
Okay.
program.
Do you have any further questions? Otherwise, I'll have you speak on the bill itself, and then I'll move on to the next speaker.
Well, my motion would be to reinstate the stipend, the original language and the original law, which is not reflected in this bill.
And so you have an amendment to reinstate.
Reinstate the stipend.
All right. Would you prepare that amendment, and who wishes to speak on that? On the Guthertz amendment to reinstate the stipend, Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment to reinstate the stipend. Life is tough on Guam. It's hard for people to go to school. It's hard for people to afford to go to school. It's hard for families to send their children to school. And if we want to continue to build teachers at our School of Education, if we want to continue to grow our own local educational experts, we need to do everything in our power to make it as easy as possible for these kids to go on and further their education. I agree, we need to have more students and more scholarships available, but I don't think that we need to do it by making the ones that we have less attractive and making it more difficult for kids. The stipends, look, if you're trying to go to school just to put gas in your car to get from home to UOG and back, is a real drama and a real burden. People can't afford to work and get a job and go to school full time and take care of their families and pay their bills and basically live life. I think the stipend is critical to our students, critical to our island, and critical to the success of this program. So I rise in full support of the amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on the motion on the stipend re-inclusion? Senator Pangilinan? Did I see any other hands go up on the stipend issue? Senator Barnes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to follow the discussion on this, and certainly I understand the attempt here, and a good one at that, to increase educational opportunities for our people. But one of the things that I had a chance to review, of course, is the additional information given to this members of this body from the program coordinator. I'm not sure if that's the proper title, or the director of the program, and the effect that a stipend has on their ability to recruit new applicants. And is that a critical recruitment tool to convince people to commit themselves to the requirements of the program of not only, of course, receiving the tuition and the money via the stipend and the books, but also to the service requirement afterwards. The information that was given to us was that this is a key component of the attractiveness of the scholarship, that the demographics of the individuals, and we didn't even get that in terms of the demographics and the socioeconomic status of the applicants here. And can these individuals actually afford to go to school without the stipend? What is the stipend used for, and how critical is that to their ability to continue their education? How does the scholarship play with any other federal grants that may be able to supplement the stipend, or supplement the scholarship should the stipend be removed? You know, if we're talking about the status of the socioeconomic status of these individuals, the stipend may be critical to the attractiveness of the scholarship program. So, you know, maybe we can hear some greater discussion on the profile of the individuals in this program and the necessity to supplement the the resources via the stipend for these individuals. The adjustments of the stipend is something also that we need to discuss. I received, or at least reviewed what I received, what I thought were very good information regarding the operation of the program and what the impact this may have on the operation of the program and our ability to recruit these teacher candidates. They indicated that because of the nature of the program and the benefits of the program, that they actually are getting more applicants than in the past. And was that a function of the stipend? And what happened prior to the stipend, the retention of these individuals after they finish school? These are improvements that have been made in the program, and will removing the stipend affect this, and what the impact is on these individuals? I'm kind of struggling here because, you know, I understand what it's like to struggle to go to school. Some of us were fortunate to receive some federal grants and some aids, and of course we had some of us, our parents struggled, our brothers and sisters struggled to give us the gas money for the car or the lunch money because they were working and we followed them. And in the tradition of the old days, they supported us while we were going, and we in turn supported those below us. But are the individuals in this program in that kind of familial structure that allows that to occur, so that the stipend is not as critical to their continuation as it may be for the recipients of the programs in the past? So again, I don't know what the impact is of taking it away, but certainly it's going to impact the ability to recruit, in my opinion. That's just common sense. And also the ability to retain these individuals given the changes that we're making in the program. So again, you know, it's a little unfortunate that we're getting this kind of information at this critical time when we're going to consider this bill. I wish we'd had that information last week and the week before. There was some information given last week, some were given as of yesterday. But all of that is going to weigh heavily in my analysis on examining this bill and what the impact is. I think, it's a struggle to find the money, but at this time, can we afford not to have it with regards to ensuring that we put in the pipeline continued replenishment of our teacher candidates and those that leave the system as these individuals go and commit themselves to the public school system. So I'm sure the author will shed some light on this and what the effect this has. I think it's going to affect the program and maybe not in the most positive light. At this time, I'm going to continue to listen, but I'm hesitant in removing the stipend, even though I know it's going to be a struggle to find the money and to support the program and to support the stipend. But it may be an investment that's well worth the sacrifice. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Munya-Barnes.
Sizos Masi, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I listen intently to the previous speaker, Speaker Pangilinan from Barrigada, and understand the realization on the impact that it may cause based on it and the reservation that he may have, and wanting to continue to listen intently based on what is going to play out in this legislation. I think it's important to realize as the intent of the legislation to remove the stipend wasn't the intent to take it away completely, but to just get creative and reprogram it into other things that need to be paid by the student that goes through the scholarship. And for me, I would think that the increased in the textbook allowance, the paying for the full tuition, and making sure that the activity fees for the student is allocated for, I think that in the ultimate end, the stipend that is received from the student is met to make sure that those fees, those textbook fees, and those tuition fees are all paid for. And for me personally, I'm just saying that the accountability for me would be that it would be not taking from Peter to pay Paul, but would be a realization to make sure that all those tuition fees, book fees, and activity fees for each student are paid for. So for me, I'm going to continue to listen intently too, because for me, I would believe that the increases that are mentioned in here, like for the textbook allowances and the other administrative fees, and making sure that the intent was to look at finding and giving more scholarships to more students who want to go into the teaching program. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we on this island of Guam continue to have not a shortage, but a major shortage on teachers. And having students go to college because for them, they don't have the resources to go. So for a lot of families here, especially the working class families and the middle class families, it is difficult for them to go to school, for their children to go to school, because they need to find jobs too. And if we make sure that this scholarship program and this Yamashita EduCore program is given the opportunity to give more students the scholarship that is needed for them to go to school, I think, and I believe in my heart that would be a balance for me in reference to trying to work this amendments. And I know where the good author is trying to go with this the intent of our bill, and I believe that if we make sure that, because the stipends for me personally, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that all the other fees within the university that needs to be paid for, that's where the stipend funds come from. And it's not for their personal use. I would think it would be allocated to make sure that all the fees within the university are covered. So I will continue to listen intently, and I reserve whether I object to the motion or not, I think it's important that maybe I can ask the good author of the bill to explain the format of the of how the stipends are received today, if she's got that financial accounting with her right now.
Madam Speaker,
I'm so sorry. What was the question again?
there is a request for you to provide an
Breakdown.
explanation on the breakdown on how much is received on the stipend per month and compare it to whether or not it's,
Okay, currently, this is what the stipend is. For a freshman, it's $200 a month. Sophomores is $300, juniors $400, seniors $500.
how many months do they receive the stipend?
12 months. Even in the months when they can only take one course or two courses.
What
that's
increases
the
are you
way.
providing in 229 that would
The
offset
increase
this?
here is the textbook. It went from $250 to $500 per semester. And if,
So how much would that come out in 1 year? An increase of 750?
for 1 year, no, it would be 500. Yes, no, 100 in the summer months.
All right, so
it's
600
$600.
as opposed to a 6,000 reduction in your
Yes,
stipend for the year as a senior.
if that's only stipends, but the other benefits are 7,000.
Where would the other 5,400 come from?
I'm sorry?
Where would the other 5,400 be made up for?
That will go towards additional scholarships. That means 17
but-
more students will be able then to have teacher scholarships. 17 more students by the savings of those stipends. The important thing to remember here is that the tuition, which is $7,424, and then the allowance of $500 per semester, regular semester, and all fees will be paid. That is the greatest benefit that at least we've been hearing from those who are currently in the program. They said that, well, they're not going to be affected, but the new ones, that they would still enter the program because the most important, greatest expense to them would be the tuition, fees, and textbooks.
If I can ask for a point of clarification.
Yes, you can.
I'm sorry. The bill on the floor is 229. Is that correct?
As substituted.
As substituted.
As substituted.
Right. And we're discussing the stipend, but the bill, this bill doesn't change the stipend at all at this time. I think, is that correct?
It does not change anyone who are currently in the program. This will be only for new students. And every year they get 25 new students, but with these changes, we'll be able to get an additional 17 more students. That's the first change.
But it doesn't have any of that in here, though. The stipends is not in here?
That's right. It's not
Yeah,
because if you look on page 7, it says that the entitlement here would be payment of tuition and fees, which is $7,424, and then an allowance of $500 for textbooks. So
Right, so
the
this-
current says 250.
Yeah, so there's, the stipends is not affected by this bill at all,
No, not the current ones that are currently in the
or
program.
even the new ones.
No, in the new ones there won't be any.
But isn't Senator Guthrid's amendment to add stipends back into this bill?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But where does the stipend deleted?
Yes, that's true.
Oh, in the back. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, can I request for a 1-minute recess? Apparently the bill's been substituted, but a version that shows what the amendments to the current statutes are being made are not shown in this bill, and I just talked to the speaker about that.
All right, thank you. We're on recess.
This Are we on? The legislature's back in session. We were on the Senator Guthert's amendment. Speaker Ben had an inquiry, and we are still on Senator Guthert's amendment. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes. No, he had a point of inquiry, and based on that, we are still, Speaker Ben? Okay, he's done, so we are still on the amendment. Are there any others wishing to speak on Senator Guthert's amendment? Speaker Wampat, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mean, I'm going to have to object to the amendment because for several reasons. One is then actually what would happen is that we would not be able to realize then the additional 17 more teacher scholarships to give out to 17 more students if the stipends are put back into the program. We are not at all removing any of the stipends for any of the students who are currently in the program. So there's 150 of them that are in the program. Every single one of them will continue to receive the stipends all the way until they graduate. Even the new ones this year that started, for 4 years they'll have the stipend. This bill would only affect the new students, the new ones who would start out next school year. And these are the average of 25 who normally come into the program, but because of the savings we'll be able to make from these stipends, is that then now we can go out there and add 17 more students, 17 more teachers into our school system. Now, I don't want to, because this may not be true for every student, of course, when they receive their scholarships. But I know personally that as a former school administrator, is that my students, my teachers, who eventually came into the system, have actually revealed how they have used the stipends. And they're great for those, of course, who don't, have the money to be able to even purchase vehicles. But the sad part is when you hear even other educators say, go into the field of education because they would not only pay your tuition, they're going to pay your fees, they're going to pay your books, and they're going to give you extra spending money to do whatever you want. And my child has also then purchased a vehicle from the stipends. I don't think that that's the real intent, Madam Speaker, when we think about, how some of these monies are being used for. And then when they were instituted a long time ago, granted, things were harder then. And granted, even now, the economy is not, much better at all. But when you really stop and think about it, and you ask majority of the people or students who want to get an education, the biggest stumbling block for them is the fact that they don't have the money for tuition. Even this young man who is a neighbor, my neighbor, the same age as my daughter, wanted to go to the University of Guam. And I encouraged him to go in, yes, to the Yamashita Educator Program as well, because I said they'll pay for your tuition and your books and your fees. And of course, yes, at that time when I told him that 4 years ago, including a stipend. So, Madam Speaker, if we do this, if this amendment passes, then I can honestly tell you then is that we won't have those additional 17 more students that we can give scholarships to, every year above the 25 that they have monies for right now. So that will definitely increase the number of students who should be able then to have scholarships. And I think that when we really, stop and think about it, is that that's exactly what we need. We need to recruit more students to go into the teaching profession. That's our greatest critical need on the island, aside from nurses. But every year, we always have 100 or more teacher vacancies that we have to go out and hire contract teachers. Then we go out and hire limited term teachers. And these are teachers with only a bachelor's degree. So, Madam Speaker, of course, I have to object to the amendment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Madam Speaker. Senator Ogden, you're recognized on the Cuthbert's amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been trying to listen very intently to some of the statements that are being made as it applies to getting an education. In this particular case, under the Yamashita Educator Scholarship Corps. And I also had a brief opportunity to speak to the sponsor of this particular amendment, Madam Speaker. And looking at this scenario, and having had to get my bachelor's degree and my master's degree, if it weren't for the M&D scholarship that I was on, if it weren't for the assistance that I had received in terms of being able to take care of tuition, room and board, and some living accommodations, I think it would have been even more of a challenge in terms of being able to complete my education in the time frame that I was able to complete it with the proper time. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, if in fact the stipends are reduced slightly, and if in fact we're able to accommodate 17 additional scholarships or meet the needs of 17 additional students, will this legislation actually result in that? And I'm of the opinion that when you talk about education, it's an investment into not only the individuals, but it's an investment into our community. When I look at this, I see a parent, I see an individual availing themselves of the scholarships that is available under the Yamashita Educators Corps and anticipating the receipt of a stipend at the present level. And I look at that and say, if the stipends were reduced slightly, could that conceivably result in an individual going full-time to the University of Guam, and then, because of the reduction in stipend, having to get a job? And there's nothing wrong with getting a job, Madam Speaker, so don't get me mistaken. But in terms of staying focused on the educational attainment, getting that degree within the limited time frame that one can get it, or the shortened time frame of anywhere from 3 to 4 years, would that or could that create a disincentive to say, okay, maybe I'll put it off and let me see if I can generate a little bit more personal funds so that I can carry myself through? Or would that create an environment where the individual who's receiving the scholarship would have a reduction, an anticipated reduction in the stipend, where he or she would have to go out and get a job? And obviously, between, if one is a parent or one has a family, between balancing the work environment, balancing the educational requirements, and balancing the need to be able to tend to family requirements, those are challenges. That's the real world out there. In terms of having listened to some of the individuals who had taken advantage of the Yamashita Educator Corps, and if it weren't for the support of the stipend, they would have had to go out and acquire a second job or a part-time job so that they can provide for their standard of living, for their family members and for themselves. Having heard directly from individuals within the program, that's what makes it difficult. Extremely difficult for me to even anticipate a reduction in the stipend. And I say that when you look at the successful rate of this program, I think the credit goes to the University of Guam, the administrators. Part of it goes directly to the financial support and incentive created in here. And I would prefer that, in fact, the stipend not be impacted so that it does not eventually translate into a possible disincentive for individuals to enroll in the program. Yes, we need teachers. But if this eventually results in an individual enrolling in the program and not being able to complete the degree in 4 years, rather it has to be extended to 6 or 7 years only because of the additional imposition on that individual, because they have to go out and get a job or acquire additional financing, then certainly that's a personal decision. But Madam Speaker, for all the scholarship individuals that have shared their concerns with me, I want to thank them personally, because I feel that based on their perspective, when you hear directly from these individuals, that it could conceivably have resulted, if the reduced stipend was in place, may have resulted in or serve as a disincentive for them to graduate in the time frame that they were able to successfully graduate in. So on that particular note, I think it's pretty much self-explanatory. I stand in support of the amendment, knowing full well that sometimes there's this statement, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. That's one. I think the intention of the sponsor of the legislation, not the amendment, is excellent. If, in fact, that's the objective, then perhaps what we need to do is work amongst ourselves to see if we can increase the allocation for this particular scholarship or the other scholarships to provide that additional incentive to get that 17 more plus individuals enrolled in the program, rather than trying to modify the stipend downward. And I speak from not only personal experience, but I also speak from having had the opportunity to be visited by several scholarship recipients, graduates, and several individuals in the program today who shared with me that they appreciate the concept, but they insisted that if we were going to move in any particular direction, that the legislature identify additional financial resources to support the program and allow for more participants, rather than looking at trying to incorporate some internal cost reduction, such as the reduction of the stipend. So I stand in full support, Madam Speaker, of the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Senator Uggan. Senator Frank Blas, you're recognized on Guthrot's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I still don't know where I'm going to stand on this. You know, one side of me recognizes the necessity and the need to be able to, in the legislation, the bill to reduce and eliminate the stipends, yet increasing, you know, the allocations for the books and whatnot. But then the other side of me says, yeah, right now there are some individuals that could appreciate the stipend while they're going to school, so that it can help them with their expenses outside of school. And maybe the happy medium here is working some type of program or way that we can base it on financial support, or you know, or reduce the amounts that are provided to the sophomores and the juniors and the seniors, and make it just one amount all the way through. But, you know, as was provided by one of the previous speakers, then maybe another way is that this legislative body look for other means to be able to fund this, so we can continue it. But where are we going to get it? Where are we going to get the money? How much more are we going to tax our people, or or which programs are we going to eliminate, or which programs are we going to restrict or reduce so that we can continue this? I think that what this bill does, and I applaud the author of the bill, is it attempts to be able to increase the pool of individuals who can be able to get a degree so that we can fill the shortages that we have. What's the end goal here? Is the end goal here to be able to get teachers? You know, because I know of other programs that, you know, scholarships and that are provided to our students that don't give them stipends. They still manage to do it. What about them? Are we going to be obligated to be able to provide them the same opportunity? And I think that, you know, as has been reiterated and repeated time and time again, this will not affect individuals that are currently on the program. An individual who just started 2-3 months ago. If this thing were to pass today, it will not affect them. This is perspective. This is for individuals in the future. Let's face it, we got these hard times. And I think that we should be glad that we're not standing here trying to defend whether or not we should have a program such as this. I'm glad that what we're arguing about is how we can expand the program. Recognizing our current financial situation. I think I was taking a look earlier of the finances and of this government over the last 2 years. We haven't met our match yet. So I think the bigger question is whether or not we're going to have enough money for this program to begin with. So, you know, that said, maybe there's a happy medium here. Maybe if the question isn't so much how much we're already putting into this, but how we can spread it out a lot easier, maybe the happy medium is looking at the allocation and how it's allocated, the stipend. But I think that the whole intent of this bill was so that we can find ways within this program to be able to expand it. And one of the proffers and one of the amendments, or one of the suggestions made in this legislation was to reduce that stipend so that we can provide more opportunities. Because if we're going to continue with the old way, SOS. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to provide my input on this thing. I'm sure you were listening very intently.
Very intently.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And that's why I have a follow-up question on that. But thank you, Senator Blas. I also have Senator Palacios wishing to speak on the Guther's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have no problem, of course, with allowing stipend, but I think the intent of this bill is actually to convert, and I like to use that word as opposed to remove or reduce the stipend, but to convert what would be a stipend into 17 new scholarship slots. And so that from here on, every year, 25 plus 17, we're going to have, what, 42 more 17 more students, without, of course, without the stipend of 200, 300, and 500 as they go up. Now, really, in this scholarship, the greatest benefit here, the greatest help is payment of the tuition and other books and those things. And in fact, by converting the what would be a stipend into 17 new slots, the book allowance would be increased from 250 to 500 from here on moving forward. And again, this would be from now on new scholarships. So I think that really the essence of the program is, which is the scholarship, is to allow people to get into the program and then paying the tuition. Now the stipend, of course, is an associated cost with respect to the implementation of that program. But again, what would be a stipend would be converted to create 17 new slots. That, Madam Speaker, makes sense to me. It's just a matter of how we judge this. It's a challenge of whether you will continue with the status quo and give them pocket money for those that are in the program, or allow them, I guess, to find help elsewhere with respect to the stipend of about $200, $300 a month, and take that money and convert it into additional scholarship slots, which will be about 17 a year. And if we do this from here on forth, then we will increase, of course, participation by our youngsters, our young people who are going into teaching profession, to increase that capability so that I guess they can take advantage of that, and that's how I can see a more efficient use of the money of the what is now the stipend paid for scholarships and tuition and books and so forth. So, of course, I oppose the Gottis amendment to retaining that, because retaining that would be denying or opposing. Retaining the stipend is equivalent actually to opposing creating 17 new positions, unless this legislature comes up with additional appropriation to continue that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Buen Pobetsu, Senator Palacios. We now have Senator Atta. You're recognized on the Gotthard's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure whether I'm in support of I'm not sure yet as to what my position is, but here's what my dilemma is. I guess at first when I heard the remarks that were made about how a person was speaking to some of the students in the program about how with this stipend they were able to go out and get a car for themselves or maybe for one of their children, and that's how they were using the stipend. I said, wow, then maybe in fact we really don't need that stipend. But until I see some kind of valid really survey, was that just one? Was that all the 25 students that were enrolled in the program that were in fact not in need of the stipend? Because if it was just one or two students in the program who really could do without the stipend and go out and buy a car, then it leaves the question, well, what about the other 23 who are in the program? I went through, when I was going to school, I was trying to do three things. I was trying to hold down a job so that to raise my family and feed my family. I had a family to raise, and then I also had, I was going to school. And because I had to do all three, it was a real juggling act, and I found myself going from doing, pretty much meeting what I needed to do at work, and then from there, get out of there, go to classes, absorb as much as I could, do the necessary homework, from there, move on, and then also I had to spend time with my family. But when I was fortunate enough to find the additional financial assistance, I found then that helped me to be able to put in more time into my studies and put more, and also give a little bit more time to my family. So I would have to question, by removing the stipend, how many are we actually impacting in the program? So, maybe now those 2 or 3 will now have to find some other financial source to make their monthly payments on their cars. But now, for the other 22 or 23 students, does that mean now they're going to have to go out now and find an additional part-time job just to be able to keep body and soul together? And then that means then less time for family, less time for studies. While I recognize that we do need, that there is usually a greater demand for teachers in the classroom than we are able to supply from our own teacher core programs, I'm also concerned about how it's impacting those people who have aspirations, who have dreams of becoming teachers. So, until I see more data that supports, that conclusively says that, a survey was done of the 25 students and, everybody was paying, that $500 was going to pay for their monthly car payments or whatever. I really would be, would have reservations about taking away opportunities from those who, this is their opportunity to be able to aspire to to career opportunities. And although I understand what the amendment is, as I was reading through the legislative findings and intent, I understand that also, I guess part of the way we're going to be able to create an additional 17 scholarship slots is by eliminating things such as the principal core and the counselor core. And with that, I guess when we get back to the bill in general, I also have some real difficulties with that because it basically is particular for the principal core. To me, it seems like it's killing any movements towards succession planning. So I have a problem with that in particular. But with respect to the elimination of the stipend, I think I'm leaning more towards supporting that amendment. Thank you.
Si Zeus Masi, Senator Ada. Senator Teller, you wish to speak on the Guthrie's amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is very difficult as I'm listening to all the other speakers, the previous one and my good colleague from Barragata as well. I shared quite a bit more of the sentiments on his end in explaining. But, Madam Speaker, I have 2 children in college right now. And, I wish they were under a scholarship program. Bring them back, but I don't think they wanted to be teachers. So, I have to bear the burden of that cost myself. But they're very good kids. They go out and they find a job. They have a job, each of them. My daughter works part-time in the evening, and my son actually works for a car dealership as a mechanic. So it's quite helpful, for me. But those students that are in this program, the question I had was, does it give them the opportunity to get a part-time job? So I went to ask some questions about it. In the law, it doesn't say anything, that these individual students can, individual students has nothing in there with regarding that they're not allowed or they are allowed to find a part-time job. But there is a question with regards to the rules and regulations. And I would like to find out, most especially, if in the rules and regulations, does it say that any student that's under the Yamashita program cannot work? So I would like that question.
Are you asking that for the the author of the amendment or the author of the bill?
The author of the amendment. if she would know, under the rules and regulations of the Yamashita program, does it indicate that a student cannot work while they're on the scholarship?
Senator Guthertz, would you like to answer that question?
Madam Speaker, my understanding is there are some restrictions on working that, if you're working for DOE, I think you can, but I'm not certain about working outside DOE, and that's why I wanted to be able to ask people who administer the program to answer the questions for us, so that when we make decisions, we have all the information we need.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Guthertz. Senator Tello, does that answers, or would you like
Well, actually, I need that information for myself, Madam Speaker.
would you like to inquire that with the author of the legislation?
I'm not, if the good author...
Speaker Wampa, would you like to answer Senator Tello's inquiry in reference to allowing those who are under the Yamashita Corps to be able to work?
My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that is rules and regs that were created by the council. So it's not created by law. So that means then that the council would have to address that. And currently, my understanding is that they're not supposed to be working, but there are so many of them working. So I don't know what the situation is. And if we're going to allow them to do that, then that's where I think it's important that the council revisits that particular policy. But it's surely not done by legislation.
Thank you.
Then, Madam Speaker, it's very important that I know this, because taking away the stipends from them and then saying that you can't work, you know, that's unfair. That's very unfair. Now, if they are some way to amend the rules and regulations that they allow these students to work, then that's important. My son goes to school full-time, my daughter goes to school full-time, and they work, and they're able to keep their grades up, and they're able to help mommy out with the tuition. I do realize that the increase in the books was very important in eliminating the stipends, because some of that funding, which I pay my kids' tuition, and then I have to pay for books as well. So the balance was fine for me, but to not allow these students to be able to work while they're going to school is a different story. Something was mentioned also earlier on that, is this really going to help and bring an opportunity? Is it going to raise the amount of people applying for this application to go into the program? You know, a question was asked with regards to that. We can't tell you that answer. You know, we can't. But what we do know is our population is growing. That we do know. And when there's an increase in population, there needs to be an increase in an opportunity for certain programs, and not just give it to a certain elite group and maintain it. And this bill does recognize the increase in population and majority of students being here, and the opportunity to keep our children here and go to school here. So that one we do know. But Madam Chair, it's very important I get this information before I move forward on this particular issue, because it does affect one thing. They don't get the stipends and they don't have the opportunity to work. That's a big problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Tadegui. Anybody else wishing to speak on the Tadegui amendment? I mean, on the Guthertz amendment? If not, can somebody please, does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? On the Guthertz?
Well, Madam Speaker, my request is to find that information before we even vote on this. Thank you.
Based on the inquiry that you've asked, Senator Tadegui, there was an answer by the author of the legislation that specifically stated, though, there is a provision that doesn't give those the opportunity to work under the scholarship program. It is not mandated by law, and it is a provision that is within the Yamashita Core program. So that's the answer. It's not a law. Speaker, if you'd like to add to that, you're recognized.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much. Although, yes, I did say earlier that that was through the rules and regs, but doesn't necessarily mean, I don't really think that it is something that we can't do, and I'm wondering then, and I ask for your indulgence, if you look on page 7, when you talk about the benefits here, is that possibly there could be, let me see, it talks about where it says students are entitled to the scholarships and what they're entitled to do, and that we could probably put a C and say that these students under, who are receiving these scholarships will be allowed to seek employment, a part-time employment outside, or seek employment while there are students.
Senator, yes, thank you, Speaker. Senator Tydekwe, we can entertain an amendment after we dispose of Senator Gothard's amendment, so does that suffice?
Actually, Madam Speaker, I would be voting for something, it's like the cart before the horse pulling here, because I can't vote on this unless I know that that is included in the bill.
I'm going to take a 1-minute recess, and I'm going to ask council what we can do to tweak to see if we can have an amendment to the amendment. 1-minute recess. This legislature is back in session. Senator Tadegui, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was informed through a phone call by the University of Guam that in the rules and regulations, it doesn't say that they cannot work. It's basically discouraged. Through legal counsel, you cannot prevent anybody from working. So that does answer my question. I do realize they try to discourage them and finish, the program in that time frame. So, though it is discouraged, and they bring that up, so it's not, doesn't mean they cannot work. And that was very, very important with regards to voting on this, because, Madam Speaker, if there's a will, there's a way in anything. I've just spoke to a couple other senators who worked through college their whole time holding down 2 jobs and finishing their school just to try and get through. Without a scholarship, without, given the opportunities of free money, to finish a program. So, like I say, Madam Speaker, if there is a will, there is a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tadegui. Anybody else wishing to speak on the Guthert's amendment? Speaker Wampat, do you have clarification?
Yes, Madam Speaker. My understanding, yes, is that although when we were informed by the mover of the author of the amendment, is that they have to get permission from the council to work, but that is not, I found out that that's not the case, that they cannot prohibit, you can't prohibit anyone from working. And so it's partially true and partially false. They can encourage the students to not work, but definitely not to prohibit them from seeking part-time employment when they either, 1, have a loan, or 2, have a scholarship.
Thank you.
And the last thing, Madam Speaker, is that, and you know how it is, it's a matter of semantics. When we talk, of course, about the use of the stipends, the fact that there are incentives, and I like to just say that sometimes the words we use are not correct, and I like the words used by my colleague from Chalampago when he said I like to use instead that it is a conversion of that stipend to then be able to create 17 additional scholarships. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Speaker Wampat. If no one else wishes, Senator Pangilinan, you wish to speak on the Guthert's amendment? We're still on the Guthert's amendment, folks.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think that the creation of new scholarships is going to will be phased in over a 4-year period. Depending on the participation, according to some information provided, I think we only awarded 20 new positions or 20 new scholarships or 20 new awards in this fiscal year. So just for calculation's sake, if juniors, seniors, and sophomores and seniors are all evenly spaced, let's say there's 20 each year that are currently in the program, and when they graduate, then the next ones fall in line and become seniors. So for the first 4 years of this program, you would only save the freshman stipend. So only the $200 would be not paid out as stipend for the incoming class. So that means that, let's say you had 20 seniors graduate and 20 new awards are then given, it'll be 20 times 2, that times 20 times $1,000, or 20 times $2,000 a year roughly, because it's $200 a month. And so you would have about $40,000, and if tuition is about $7,000 to $8,000 a year, maybe 10, about 7,000. So you're looking at 5 scholarships that year. So for the first year that the new program goes into place, only 5 new scholarships will be funded from the stipends that are not given out for the incoming group. So it won't generate the 17 immediately, just it'll generate incrementally until all of the individuals in the current program graduate, and then of course you have that full complement of the stipends paid that would have been paid to come back into the program in terms of new awards. So we won't be saving or increasing the amount of new scholarships immediately, but it will result in additional opportunities for our people. The other thing is, of course, when we look at this thing, and it's I think the Yamashita Education Corps has done a greater job over the years, in the recent years, in terms of bringing up awareness to the program, recruiting new students, etc. So that portion of it has been working a lot better than in the past. According to some of the statistics provided, some members of this body, they've actually reduced the administrative expense by about 30% over when you compare from 2003, 4, 5 versus 7, 8, and 9, and that they've actually increased the awards by 19%. So even under the current regime with the stipends in place, we've able to increase awards and participation in the program because of the new regime at the Yamashita Education Corps. So we're not doing this because the current program is not working. And I think that I want to ensure that the individuals that are running the program know that, and at least for me, I recognize that and compliment them for the increase that they've been able to build and the efficiencies that have resulted in more awards and also resulted in the reduction of the overhead costs. We're doing this because there still is an increased demand, and at this time, or at least we haven't over the last several years increased the resources available to the program to give new awards inclusive of the stipend under the current benefits that the program offers. So, if we have more money, we'd give more money, we'd give more awards. Given the resources we have, and, given this year and what we anticipate next year, again, I'm not sure that this is the best time to do this, given the fact that we can see some things on the horizon which may give us some greater resources, and we can dedicate these resources. There's a whole mix of information that is available from a national level with regards to targeted financial aid as an incentive to recruitment and scholarship programs for hard-to-fill positions. Teachers, we always hear about nurses and the doctor shortage and nurses and those shortage in the medical profession, but you look across the country also, and there are shortages in the teaching profession. So much so that, for example, ex-military personnel from boot camp to the classroom, or I forgot what that program is, but where they take individuals that have had fulfilled their obligation for military service, get additional training, and then brought back into the classroom. So there are programs to try and bring new blood into the teaching profession across the country. In a study that was provided, it indicated that the targeted financial aid is not as huge a factor as we think sometimes in getting people enrolled in these programs. Teachers are a special breed, just as any profession, I guess you might want to say, but it's hard work. It's dealing with a whole myriad of different personalities in the children, that you have to teach and motivating and trying to bring all of these different levels of skills up to the level and standards that you have in the requirement of the school system. So it's very tough and taxing, but most people go into it in at least from some of the studies that when they begin making that decision, the financial aspect is not the most important decision. It is important for those in a special socioeconomic status that if not for these kind of incentives, they would not be able to afford going to school. But in this case, the change we're making here with regards to tuition and books, that anyone who wants to become a teacher will not have to worry about that portion of the expense for getting their education to become a teacher. So again, you know, is this the best time to cut this? Is it the best time to just zero it out, or should we think about, you know, ratcheting it back and still providing, still converting the savings into new scholarships, but still have some kind of financial support for, you know, gas to go to school, or that lunch that you need to buy, or, you know, other supplies that may not be covered by what resources you have. Again, those are some of the things that I'd like to think about, and, you know, maybe we need to find some kind of a phasing in on these kind of things, or phasing out, you might even want to say, and see how it affects the recruitment capabilities for this position. For example, I think they said they had 65 new applicants. They were able to give 10 awards of current University of Guam students that are enrolled that went into the Teacher Corps program that were not in there before. Of the high school graduating seniors, they had 45 applicants. They were able to award 10. Without the stipends, what would those applicants have done? We don't know that. We don't have that kind of research data available to us. But if the typical incoming student is in fact typical for and mirror some of the motivations across the country that we have, it may not be as drastic as we think in terms of not being able to recruit new participants. But we do know one thing: it does not hurt. Thank you.
Situs Masi, Speaker Pangilinan. Anyone else wishing to speak on the Guthert's amendment? If not, I will have Senator Guthert, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one little clarification before I proceed. There's an objection for me to speak?
There was an objection to the Guthert's amendment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chief. Anyway, what the rules say is that if a student would like to work, they need to consult with the Yamashita Corps Board. Now, what the board does, I don't know. But there's a procedure that they must go through. At any rate, on the amendment, now, some of you are curious why I feel so strongly about this. And I guess it's because in a former life, I interacted with many students at the university, almost 30 years. And this includes students in the Teacher Corps program and students in the Nursing Scholarship program. And my experience taught me that for some of these students, it really made the difference of really being able to go to the university, pursue their dreams of becoming teachers or nurses, and being able to underwrite the costs through the stipends to allow them to do that. Earlier it was said that individuals said, well, they used the money and they did this with the money and that, and they had fun and all this. Well, actually, I've never known students that have abused the stipend. If anything, the stipend made the difference of them being able to come up to the university for classes, paid for their gas or paid for the car they got to go up to the university to attend classes. In some cases, helped pay for food on the table, particularly for single mothers, and in other ways made it possible for them to complete their degree requirements within a 4-year time frame. Now, I believe this is a drastic change. And I'm sure everyone here is sincere. I know our speaker is sincere, the author of the bill is sincere. But I just have misgivings about taking away this benefit without having the opportunity to get questions answered from those in a position to be able to share their knowledge with us. Earlier I did ask for a committee of the whole, and my colleagues voted that down. The statement was made, well, all of this should be done in the hearing. Unfortunately, when the hearings were held, the people that testified were the top leadership of the university, but not the program administrators of this scholarship or other scholarships. I don't know if they were invited, specifically invited to come to testify. I don't know. But we could have gotten a lot of questions answered by being able to present these concepts, ideas, and the draft of the bill to them for their input. Now, this legislature might decide to remove the stipend from the Yamashita Teacher Corps program. And it would affect prospective students, new participants. And those in the program wouldn't be affected. Earlier, we heard a discussion that the bill also changes the administrative overhead authorized to the program for the scholarship. I support that 100%. And it moves the administration over to the financial aid office to sort of consolidate the scholarships in one area for administrative purposes, reduces the overhead to 10%. That's great. And the savings from that reduction, I think, would create monies to allow more participants in the scholarship program. I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, if anyone can tell me, maybe the author can tell me, of the savings that is anticipated, how much are we expected to save from reducing the overhead costs for the administration of the scholarship program?
Thank you.
May I ask for that information?
Thank you, Senator Guthrie. Speaker Wampai, would you like to answer that question?
I was just asking whether, because it's a closing, and I know normally during...
She has an inquiry, even if it's her closing.
You're right. So, okay, no, so it's another opportunity to speak, because you'll give me that opportunity as well. To respond, then you're right, to, wait, I'm looking for my notes. Okay, here it is. The current administrative cost, they've been tracking at 25%, is about $386,000 per year. And then with, and I need to remind our colleagues that even with the budget law that we had passed recently, we had reduced everything down to make it consistent throughout is 10%. So the savings then now, the 10% rather, the cost would be $120,000. So if you take 386 and take away 120, then there would be $266,000 of savings.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In administrative costs, and how many scholarships would that create? Quite a few. Was
Yes.
that taken into consideration?
Yes, actually, when in my earlier discussion, I did say that based on the scholarships of the tuition of 7,424, that there will be an additional 36 more teacher scholarships from the savings in administrative costs.
So, what my point, Madam Speaker, is, and I support this, the savings in the administrative overhead costs can translate into 36 more scholarships, then why do we need to take away the stipends? I don't need an answer to that question. I'm just posing that to everybody here. This is a drastic change, and it certainly could affect potential students who want to be teachers, who may have difficulty pursuing that choice without the stipend. So I would like to encourage my colleagues to think carefully and wisely in considering this amendment. Look at the potential consequences. The idea of the stipend is to enhance the ability of the program participants to finish their degrees quickly so that they can be hired into the school system. The two critical areas of shortages in this government are public school teachers and nurses. And that's why the stipends were developed in the first place, to attract people into these fields and to assist them so they can complete the requirements in a rather expedited fashion, to graduate on time, to begin serving the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Guthertz. There was an objection to the Guthertz amendment, so all those who are in favor of the Guthertz amendment, please signify by raising your hand. 7. There are 7 votes. Motion fails. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 till 12. We are going to go ahead and recess to 2 o'clock. The legislature is back in session. Right now, the senators present, I have Senator Guthert, Senator Atta, Senator Speaker Wampat, and myself. There definitely is not a quorum. I'm going to ask that the Sergeant of Arms please call the rest of our colleagues in so that we can continue. It is already 2:10, and we just need to get started right away. So, Sergeant of Arms, please call. Even the clerk is here, so we need to call the members of our body. Thank you. Also want to note that Senator Palacios is also with us. We do need to get a quorum in here. Thank you, Senator Palacios. This legislature is back in session. Clerk, Madam Clerk, can you please see if we have a quorum now?
Present in the sessional are yourself, Senator Rector, Senator Judy Guthert, Senator Palacios, Ada, Category, Speaker Wampa, and Blas. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8. We do have a quorum.
And
9 was Senator Agnew.
see Joe Smile, see Ms. Pat, Ms. Clerk, we'll go ahead and proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still, senators, we are still on bill number 229. When we left before lunch, there was an amendment that didn't go through. Senator Guthert, you still have the floor. Would you like to proceed, Senator Guthert?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I'd just like to reserve my comments till a little later. Thank you.
Okay. So, but Senator Guthers, you were speaking on the main motion of the bill, so, no, I know, but you still have the floor for on the main motion of the bill, and that's where we're at right now. So I want to make sure that you know that you will have to lose your.
Can't I reserve speaking later? I'm not ready to speak on it
Not
yet.
the way the rules of the engagement are, unless you can have a vote of reconsideration, and I'll leave that up to the body at this time.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, please
When-
state your
when-
point of information.
When there's a main motion and you get up to speak, you can, if you speak on the main motion and leave it at that, then that's the only time you can speak, and you can't come back.
I stand corrected.
On an amendment, then you can continue to speak forever on every amendment.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Guthert, you still have the floor at this present time. Can you please turn on your mic?
I appreciate all the wonderful input, and I think on the main motion, at this point, I would like to say that I have other concerns with the bill, and I will be making some amendments as we move forward. What? Yeah, that's what I'd like to do, is to, notwithstanding the House rules, make a motion to come back later, Madam Speaker.
There's an objection. All those in favor of for Senator Guthert to please signify by raising your
It
hand.
seems that no one wants me to speak, huh?
Motion fails. We're going to go ahead. If anybody else wishes to speak on Bill 229, we'll come back to Speaker Pangilinan. Sergeant of Arms, if you can call the rest of our members in, we would really appreciate it. Right now, we have Senator Palacios on the main motion on 229. On the main bill, yes. On the main motion, 229. No, he spoke on the amendment, but he didn't speak on the main bill. Thank you. Are there any other speakers wishing to speak on the main bill? Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I appreciate the intent of this bill. It's, look, we always need to work on making things better. There is not a system in our government, there's not a plan on our island that could not be improved one way or another. And I appreciate the author's intent of looking at ways we can make the Yamashita Educator Corps produce more teachers for the people of Guam. And there's no doubt in anybody's mind in this room that our children need more teachers. They need higher quality teachers and a lot more teachers. The good question is how can we make sure that we meet that end? How can we ensure that we have a program in place that produces the type of teachers we want, one, and two, helps us retain and continue to develop the teachers that we already have. You know, one of the issues with education and teaching that we must always be considerate of is it's not so much to recruit teachers as it is to retain teachers. 1/3 of all teachers leave the profession in the first 3 years. Half of all teachers leave the profession in their first 5 years. So as we're going forward and building new and better teachers, we need to make it so that we can continue to keep these teachers in the system, continue to help them be more successful with good training programs to give them the tools they need to be successful in the classroom. Let me tell you, there is not a teacher alive that wants to be a crappy teacher. I can tell you, it's a bad day. And I'll tell you, I don't think there's a worker alive that likes to be a bad worker. At the end of the day, who wants to go home and say, man, I really sucked today. Didn't get my job done. For a teacher, it's even worse, because they know at the end of the day, if they just had one of those days where it was like banging your head against the wall, it cuts right to their heart. They know they wanted to do better. They know they wanted to find a way to reach those children. They know they wanted the tools to be successful so these kids could be successful and our islands could be successful. And that's one of the things about the Yamashita Corps, is not only did it help us to develop good new teachers, but it also helped us to keep teachers in the system. Henceforth, I have a couple of amendments I would like to make to the bill.
Senator Director, are the amendments written out?
Most of them are fairly easy,
Okay.
and we can make them and put them into writing if you so require. If you look on page 5, line 24, starting at the word and continuing on to page 6, line 7, ending at the word employment, I would like to delete that whole section.
Ladies and gentlemen, senators, it starts on page 5, line 24 on the word after graduation and, delete and certification all the way down to page 6, line 7 to the end of employment. Do I have that right, Senator Rector?
Yes, ma'am.
On that amendment is to delete up to page 6, line 7, after the word employment period, to delete that whole paragraph there. On that amendment, was there anyone
Could I speak on the amendment?
Oh, you may wish to speak. You can
Certainly.
speak.
One of the issues on this part is it says here that upon graduation, the part I'm deleting says, and certification to practice on Guam, if no vacant teaching position exists in such public schools in his or her area of certification, a Teachers Corps graduate may teach in a private school on Guam towards meeting their core scholarship obligations. You see, one of the problems with this is we currently have in our system, I believe off the top of my head, 300 limited term teachers. These are teachers that only have bachelor's degrees. They have had no official teacher training. So we always need teachers. Even if they're teaching outside their area of certification, they are still trained teachers. Let me give you an example. For instance, for years I was only certified to teach math. Now I have a degree in chemistry and a minor in math and a minor in sociology. You see, if there was no math position available, there are all kinds of other things that I could teach and still give value to those kids. Just because I went through a methods class to learn how to teach math, methods are methods. Once you learn how to teach, and if you have some area expertise, you can always move on and teach because you've had these teacher training courses. And that helps you to facilitate whether you're teaching math or science or English or social studies, as opposed to just pulling somebody off the street and slap them in the classroom with a bachelor's degree. I know because that happened to me too. When I arrived on Guam, I didn't have a teaching certificate, I just had a degree in chemistry. And they said, here's a book, there's a class, leave us alone. And let me tell you, that first year was really hard. I really sucked as a teacher. I got better. I went to UOG and I got classes. I learned how to be a good teacher. And once I learned how to be a good teacher, it really wouldn't matter what I taught. It always helps to have subject knowledge expertise, but I would always be able to teach those kids, any kids. Our department needs them. Our public schools need them. There is always room in our system for more trained teachers. We don't want to kick them out just because their area expertise is full at the time and lose that valuable resource for the people of Guam. The people of Guam invested in these teachers and they need to get the value of them. So I hope my colleagues will support me on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rector. On the Rector amendment, anyone wishing to speak on that? Speaker Wampat, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can understand the argument that was proffered by the author, the mover of this amendment. And if you read what it says, then that the teachers who are in the program agreed into practice to teach then in our public school system, because it is funded by the government of Guam, as soon as they graduate, period. Now, there's been, like I said earlier in my opening, testimony, that there are sometimes some positions, yes, that are considered saturated. That means that they have all the teachers that they need, let's say for social studies, or all the teachers that they may need for PE. And then, yes, there may be other teachers with those degrees. What the certification office would do is that they would look, yes, at their minors and consider their minors as well to be able then to place them in the system. Then the third thing is not even minors, then they would require that you have at least then an equivalent to a minor in terms of having so many hours in a specific discipline then to also be able to teach. But the one thing is that if you take out, because these two go together, it's not just graduating from a university, but it means that you must also be certified in that particular profession, that you're in. And it would require that you do take a test to be certified as well, and that's a requirement of the certification office. So we can't have one without the other. You can have, yes, the non-certification, but then you'll always be classified as a limited term teacher, and your employment would only be for a year. Now, the reason why this language is here is that if there are no teaching positions that either don't exist in the system, and I'll give you an example how lenient sometimes the public school system is. Because at one time, and it's never been in the curriculum, that psychology even be offered, and this was in the early 70s, for anyone to teach psychology in any of our high schools. But then what we found in our system is that when we have teachers with certain degrees, either as a major or a minor, and would prefer to teach in that particular subject area, would only put in a request to the principal. And then the teacher will be able to teach that course, even though it's not part of the curriculum. But then it becomes then as an elective to be offered. So if there are no positions for somebody with a degree in psychology, and yes, having a teacher certification and a minor in political science or government, then that teacher would not be placed because there's no teaching position of a teaching psychology, a course of psychology in the schools, in the high schools. And so then the government position was what they used to hire this teacher to teach then government. The certification is there because all of the education courses required, the test that was taken, the teacher passed, and therefore is qualified then to teach in the school system. But did they not then hire the teacher? They did. They hired the teacher using the minor, using the extended courses, and knowing that the teacher has a certification. But there will be times, and there are times, where we actually don't have a position available. And therefore, rather than say that the teacher now will have to pay back for the 4 years of the tuition and the government funding that went in to pay for the teacher to have an education, rather than having them repay that. And there are those who have decided that they just didn't want to stay. They entered the military and left, or got married and then left. Whatever the reasons are, may have just left. And then those individuals then, yes, would have to repay. So you've got to be able, we have to be able to provide other alternatives here, an out for these teachers, because it is not their fault that there is not a position for them, that the position has been saturated. And yes, the department has been very good at looking at the minor positions, making sure that they have the sufficient number of credits in a specific discipline to teach, so that then we can use them, because we didn't then, and we don't today, have that luxury of having so many teachers that we can hire, that we can turn them away. We try to fit them as many times as we can, so that then we can hire these teachers. And the previous boards in the past have actually changed some of their policies. They've even attempted to reduce the number of the score in the exam, just so they can get these teachers into the system, so that we won't have limited term teachers or substitute teachers in the classroom. So I honestly cannot support, deleting that other option that the Department and Certification Office, will have, and the students themselves, so that they'll be able to have a job. So if they can't teach in the public school system, the important thing is they teach on our island, whether it's in a private school or in a day school. And that's what this whole section or sentence is that the mover of this amendment would like to do. And I just think that we need to again, try to keep and retain as many of the teachers that we can. And even if it's not, yes, for our public school system, but more importantly, is for our children, the children of Guam. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome, Speaker Wanpat. Anyone else wishing to speak on the Rector Amendment? There was an objection. All those as Senator Rector, you can close. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got so excited I flipped mine upside down. Yeah, I think the last speaker and I are talking about the same issue. We all want good teachers for our children. Somehow I don't think there's too many of our children in the Odeya school system, and they pay enough to get other folks in, and I don't think the people of Guam should be investing in producing teachers for the military. Just my own personal thought on that. But really, we always need teachers. The entire 20 years I've lived on Guam, we have never had too many teachers. Always, always, always can we use certified teachers. Now, one of the concerns is that, well, they're going to be teaching out of their area of specialty. I agree. We want to get them into teaching where they are best able to succeed as quick as possible. Now, the way the current certification system is set up, and the way this legislature decided to give basically certification bonuses to teachers, they automatically have that incentive. If you are forced to work in the school system, and which this bill currently would make sure they do with this amendment, and you're forced to teach somewhere outside your area of certification, then you're not going to get the 14% certification pay. So you're going to have the incentive to go back to school and get the certification you need for the specialty subject you're teaching in, or you're going to hopefully transfer in when somebody leaves from a position and it's available to you. You'll start accruing seniority, and then you'll be able to get into it eventually. But let me talk about another issue that has to do with this. Well, I'm going to talk about a bunch. But let's talk about substitute teachers. Did you know that in most states, substitute teachers are fully certified teachers? Did you know that on Guam, our public school substitute teachers only have a high school diploma? Our children will always need certified teachers. If you go through this training program and there isn't a permanent job in the classroom available for you, there is a permanent job teaching our kids as a substitute teacher. We need them throughout the system. This will put a high-quality substitute, at the very least, in our children's classrooms. One of my staff members and good friends, child goes to GW. His math teacher retired on October 1st. Since then, he hasn't had a teacher. Sat in the cafeteria, or had a school aide teaching, or somebody else without any formal teacher training teaching him. I'll bet if I asked that student, as a matter of fact I have, he would rather have a social studies teacher teaching him math than sit in the cafeteria. I'll bet his mother would prefer to have that as well. And you know what? That story is not unusual. I wish it was. I wish that was the exemption from the rule. Unfortunately, every year, thousands of our children sit in cafeterias because they don't have someone that's even remotely qualified to instruct them. Ever have we had too many certified teachers and education professionals in our system. There is no reason we should ever give any to the military or to private schools. Our children deserve better. I sure hope my colleagues will support my amendment. Thank you.
Cizos Masi, Senator Rector. On the Rector amendment, there was an objection. All those in favor of the Rector amendment, please signify by raising your hand. Motion fails. Senator Rector, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I flip through my amendments, if we go to page, actually, let me float the next one, and this one I can pass around. Oh shoot, this isn't the right one. Could I have just a second so I can find the right amendment? Just
Go
1
ahead.
minute. Thank you.
You can proceed, Senator Rector.
What?
Does everybody have a copy of the amendment?
No, I'm afraid I didn't realize to get the floor, so.
I'll take a 10-second recess.
Oh, yeah.
Back in session. Senator Rector, I understand that the amendment that you're going to speak on right now, everybody has to copy?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you've got another amendment that will be coming, but they're already making copies of that.
Already making copies.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Rector, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry for the delay.
No problem.
My amendment states as follows: to add a new section of the bill to read, "The business privilege, in parentheses, gross receipts tax is hereby increased by 0.05%. The increase shall be used to fund the Yamashita Educator Corps scholarship stipends pursuant to 17 GCA, yada, 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 the appropriate codes."
Senator Rector, will that be you want a new Article 8 then?
Yes,
Okay.
and I'd like to speak on it.
Please
Thank you.
proceed. Speaker, you have a point of information in reference to the of order? Okay, I'm going to take a 1-second recess. This legislature is back in session. Senator Rector, as I was looking over the amendment based on what you want to do with this section and looking at the introduction of the bill, I do note for the record that it is not germane and you should do a standalone bill on this one if you can. So I'm going to ask you to.
Not a problem. I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you.
Then in that
No
case,
objection.
I'm still waiting for the copies to be made of my next amendment. So if we could have a
Okay.
brief recess while they're being done.
The Sergeant of Arms, have you passed out? Have they already been passed out?
Oh, okay. Never mind, they've been passed out.
Senator Rector, you can proceed on your other amendment. Thank you very
Fantastic.
much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't have a copy. Thank you. Is it the one
Neither do I.
written on, for page 8, line 2?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I wanted to make sure on this, to insert the language in line 2, teachers who are classified employees of GDOE and are seeking recertification. And if I may speak on that.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The key to this is everybody knows that teachers are required to take classes. Now, we don't do this of teachers just because we're cruel and unusual folks that want to make them suffer and make their job more difficult. Actually, we do it for exactly the opposite reason. We want to have high-quality teacher training programs that help teachers constantly be better teachers. We find in studies all across the nation that when we help teachers be better teachers, they stay in the profession longer. They feel more success at their job, and they have better results in the classroom. What this amendment will do is allow the Yamashita Teachers Corps to continue. The key word here being continue, to allow current employees, current certified teachers that are serving our children to tap into these funds so that they can fund their recertification classes that they have to take. Currently, depending on what level of certification you have to take a class, pretty much 2 classes in 3 years, which is a fairly heavy burden on teachers. And this is really, it's been my understanding from the teachers that have gone through this, that it has really helped them to be more successful, kept them in the profession, and kept them working for the public school system, as opposed to going to Dodea where they pay almost twice as much. So I hope my colleagues will support my amendment, which basically maintains the status quo and allows certified teachers to use Yamasita educator funds to continue to get better at their profession and recertified. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Anyone wishing to speak on the Rector? Senator Blosch, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering if the author of the amendment can yield to a question.
Go ahead and state your question first, please, Senator
With
Blosch.
regards to, when we're talking about seeking recertification, what universities or what educational institutions provide this service?
Senator Blosch, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can you speak?
What are the universities or what services are provided for teacher certification?
Senator Rector, would you like to answer?
I couldn't tell you all of them, but I know UOG provides them, GCC. There are professional classes designed by the AFT that is used for this, that the GFT offers. I don't know which other ones, though. They determine that at the Yamashita Corps, I believe.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Blosch, does that answer your suffice?
Well, then the next question is then with the GFT then benefit from such an amendment?
Senator Rector, I will ask, can you answer that?
Sure, every teacher would benefit, but with the GFT benefit, I don't believe so. Members' dues have supported the ER&D program and subsidized it for years. It's actually something the union has invested in because they believe in teachers and believe in the system, and the members invested in it with their dues money. So would it benefit the union? No. Would it benefit teachers that want to take the classes? Yes.
I guess the question to be asked is, do the teachers or the ones seeking certification, do they pay GFT to attend these courses?
Senator Rector, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Would you like to respond?
Yes. They
Thank
pay their salary goes to pay the teachers that instruct the class, to pay for the materials, and to pay the University of San Diego for the credits.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Blosch, you may proceed.
Okay, so the answer is yes to this. Madam Speaker, I don't know. I'll state right off the bat, my wife's a teacher. Okay? Is there a conflict there? Probably. Maybe there's a conflict if I was going to say I was going to support the amendment. But I think that today, one of the things that I'm worrying about is having to make sure that I have enough, between my wife and I, after paying for all our bills and everything, she has enough to be able to not only to get the courses for recertification, but, that's understood and that's a requirement. I'm a little bit concerned here that this would expand the scholarship program when the intent here is to live within our means and maybe to expand within our means, but not to expand outside of our current means. And maybe this would have been more palatable. This is more palatable had, there are other ways to move monies around within the current program. But that said, it's understood that in order for you to continue to have your job, in order for you to continue to do the job that is expected of you, that you have to be certified. You have to recertify. And government can't provide everything. Government can provide you the opportunities, but I don't think it should be government's role or should it be society's expectation that government is going to provide everything. So, I'd be very careful about expanding the offerings that this program has. Because, yes, the key here is to obtain and retain teachers, but when we provide these incentives and we provide these opportunities, the employees themselves have got to have some responsibility as well. So, with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to have to, well, let's put it this way. My wife's a teacher. I'm going to refrain from discussing on whether or not I can vote on this amendment, recognizing that there could be some value to that. But I have to voice my resistance and my objection to this.
Thank you, Senator Blas. Speaker Wampat, you may speak on the Rector Amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you read, and for our members, read that yes, employees of DOE, when we talk about our school aides, who normally don't have a degree, and we always would like and we encourage them to definitely go to school, even to the point where I've actually offered my school aides in the summertime is to release them so they can go to school, because the original intent of the creation of the school aide positions, at that time it was school aide 1, 2, and 3, and then the first classification for a teacher at that time then would be a teacher 4. Because if the school aides then were going to the University of Guam, working towards their certification to become a teacher, they would be a school aide 1, and then a 2 as they take more courses, and then a 3 as they take additional courses, and when they graduate, they would be a teacher 4. That was the original intent and creation of the school aides in our school system, in hopes of making them go to school and becoming teachers. Library technicians, the exact same thing as well, to give them the opportunity in the summertime to go to school so that they too can become librarians. Limited term teachers, these are individuals in our community with a bachelor's degree and have no education courses to become then a fully certified teachers. So you can understand then why there is this need to include them, to assist them, so that then they'll be able, again, the ultimate goal here is to have these new teachers, new individuals become new teachers in our school system. No one is arguing at all that we don't want high quality teachers. We all want qualified teachers, highly qualified teachers, educated teachers, certified teachers. It is a profession that was so honored, and that everyone, parents would even wash their hands and say, whatever the teacher says, then I will support the teacher. It is a profession that we revere, just like we do with doctors and lawyers and other professionals in our community. It's also understood that as professionals, what comes with the territory is to continually advance ourselves, improve ourselves, read the journals, find out what the latest is happening, and yes, even go back for recertification. But But they don't do this at the expense of their employers. This is something we do because this is what we want. We want to grow. My daughter-in-law is a special ed teacher. And every opportunity she gets, she takes courses from the University of San Francisco. And it's not that she needs them, she wants them, so she can be a better teacher for the children that she serves. She currently isn't now teaching because she just gave birth. But did that stop her at all from advancing and developing? She didn't want to take the courses last year, which she could. And she can do it again if she should pass and then have somebody else pay for her education. She decided to pay that on her own because she knows and accepts it as part of her profession. All of us did. Those of us, we did not continue because we didn't have the government pay for it or decide not to pay for it for us. We did it because it was part of our profession. It comes with the territory because we want to be better at what we do. The more, Madam Speaker, that we continue to spread the monies that are available, then the less scholarships, teacher scholarships, will be made available. If we were the same communities we were maybe 20 years, where our population was a lot less, then that would be a different story. But we're talking about a lot more than 100,000. And then we're going to be talking about even 80 more probably added on to our population with the advent of the military buildup and other individuals coming to our community. Even the subcommittee on education is saying they're going to build, they need to build additional schools. We just built 4, and those schools are now being considered again overcrowded. And where are we going to get all these teachers? We're having to compete with our biggest competitor, the military, Dodea teachers. Not with the private schools, with Dodea. And as much as I would like to say, and I'm hoping then that yes, when the money starts rolling in, that everybody's saying is going to happen, that I like then to have the teachers get that raise that they so deserve, that of a professional, that will pay them top dollars, equal to Dodea or even more. I want that more than anything. But you can ask even all of the members here, when we were going through the budget, where are we going to get the money to be able then to do this? And we all desire that. But we're forgetting is that when we only think of one and we forget the others, then that would provide an imbalance of services that this government can provide. And not that I don't want the government to pay for this recertification. I would love to do that as well. But we'll never be able to get these number of teachers that we're going to need to be able to teach all those children who will be coming here, the families who will be coming here to Guam. And they're already coming. They're already moving from CNMI. They're moving from, the Micronesian Islands. They're coming over from the mainland. We're all saying that. And we all know we need more teachers. We're saying that as well. And it's not just Guam who would need those teachers. It's not GDOE who would need those teachers. The private schools are going to need teachers. Dodea will be needing teachers. And I'm sorry to say this, but the former superintendent once said to me, I no longer have to go out and recruit teachers from Europe or Japan or anywhere else anymore because because I'm getting the teachers right here on Guam. And where are those teachers coming from? Guam DOE. And all this bill is trying to do is catch up to hire more teachers, and by assisting those who don't have the opportunity or the finances to be able to even get an education. As much as, yes, I would love those to go for a recertification, for their masters, for their doctorates, but we got to start with the basic right now, and that is a 4-year degree person that we need in our schools, a bachelor's degree certified to teach. That's our first priority. So please don't get me wrong when I stand and I say that, you know, that when I'm speaking up by objecting only to this amendment, it doesn't mean I object to the idea, the concept, the intent. I think we all can agree here that what we want are more teachers for our children, so we can fill those vacancies in our schools. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the only place where people can morph from one to another. So from Madam Speaker to Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Are there any other speakers on the Rector Amendment? Senator Gutherts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm wondering, and maybe legal counsel can answer this. Teacher certification and recertification is a condition of employment, if I'm not mistaken. And there are similar examples in other departments and agencies of the government of Guam where certain actions are required in order to sustain employment in a particular profession. One example I can think of is in law enforcement. In order to carry a weapon, you have to be certified and recertified. Actually, the requirement is every year. You must be recertified at the Guam Police Department and other law enforcement agencies in order to be eligible to carry a weapon and use a weapon if required. In those instances, the departments, the law enforcement departments, provide the recertification, training, and testing to the officers at no cost to them. So I'm wondering, is there a legal question here when it comes to making recertification a condition of employment? Is there something we need to consider to ensure that we are not somehow violating any laws or regulations or legal entitlements or rights of workers by not providing them an opportunity to get recertified by the government that requires the recertification? So if legal counsel could help with that, I'd like to get just a reaction. I think that would be very valuable.
That is done. I think that was the nod that I got, was that is done. In some agencies, but that's, if you wish to speak to counsel, you may.
Well, in other words, I'm asking, is the government obligated to provide this opportunity to its employees that are required to be recertified? Or is it discretionary?
At the risk of let's take a few minutes and we'll talk to her. We're back in session. Senator Guthrie, do you have anything else?
No, I'm waiting for the response.
That's what we've been discussing.
So, legal counsel said there was no requirement. I'm just trying to get a legal response.
All right. Come forward and speak to legal counsel. Anybody else wish to be heard? Anybody else wish to speak on the Rector Amendment? On the Rector Amendment, is there an objection? Can I have everybody's attention? The amendment on the floor, is there an objection to? All right, then we're going to take a vote. Yes, okay, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, lots of good discussion on this. I want to make something perfectly clear, though. This amendment does not grant anything that doesn't already exist today. This is currently a benefit that our teachers receive today. If this amendment doesn't go through, and the rest of this bill does go through, what we are saying is to the 1,800 teachers that are currently working in our school system, they have lost a benefit that they had today. Now think about this. Our teachers are some of the lowest paid in the nation. They have the worst, bar none, health insurance in the nation. And for the majority of teachers in our system that are on the new retirement plan, they have the worst retirement plan of public school teachers in the nation. So on top of all this, we're going to add insult to injury, and we're going to say we are going to take away another benefit from you. A benefit that helps them be a better teacher, a benefit that helps us retain them in the school system, a benefit that helps our children. Why would we want to do that, sir? Once again, you know, we say, how are we going to, we've got this big growth coming and Dodea is going to need all sorts of new teachers. So we're going to help retain the teachers that we have, the good, highly seasoned teachers. Because really anybody that's ever taught, and any research we know, we ever look at, it says you really don't become a good teacher until after you have years in the classroom. OJT. We invest in the Yamashita Corps, yes, and that gets someone through the door. But you don't start becoming a really good teacher till your third, your fourth, your fifth year. Because then you start learning the skills of your craft. And so after we've invested all this money training our kids, just when they start to be good teachers and we start recouping on our investment, they're going to go trotting off to Dodea because they'll make twice as much, they'll have great health insurance, and they'll actually have a retirement plan that maybe someday they'll be able to retire on. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how voting for this amendment is not voting to give teachers something they already have. Voting for this amendment says to the 1,800 public school teachers that are currently in the system, We appreciate the hard work, we appreciate your sacrifice, we appreciate what you do for our kids, and we're not going to take away a benefit that you already have. Please, I ask my colleagues to support the teachers in the classroom and vote yes on this amendment to retain the ability for them to use the Yamashita Educator course to further their education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Rector. On the Rector amendment, all those in favor of the Rector amendment, please indicate so by raising your hand. Six. Motion fails. Are there any other speakers who have amendments, or are we ready to go speak on the bill? I believe Senator Pangalinen's first on the line to speak on the bill itself. Oh, you have another amendment. Thank you. Oh, just a second. Senator Blas.
Just a point of information. I had to recuse myself from that voting because of my conflict.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
The motion didn't,
okay.
It didn't pass, so it's okay.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting because Guam law, and correct me if I'm wrong, legal counsel, but it says, we just had a famous case that went to court that says not casting a vote is still considered a vote. Just a point of information for everybody. But let me close on this bill, if I may.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I want to get clarification on that because, again, because of the current laws that are in place, I just want to ensure that...
Okay, then I'll allow you to state your recusal.
Okay, I would like to take back my vote on either... I'm requesting that I recuse myself from voting, being that I do have a sibling who is a teacher employed at the Department of Education. And I'm asking to the body to recuse myself based on that rationale, based on provisions of the laws stipulated earlier.
And
Madam Speaker.
Yes, and although I had voted, because since the speaker here from where do you live? Barragata said that we have to, whether we voted for it or not, it is still a vote. So, and I voted for it, and I have a son who's a teacher and a daughter-in-law also is a teacher. But I also think that the senator from Barragata should also say that he is the president of the union, and the union also teaches these courses for recertification. So he should make that announcement as well.
I think the law requires a written, everybody, please.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I think then for amendments that are to be made, if there is an amendment to be made by a certain senator, if that amendment, based on the provisions of the laws of 30-30, that there is a potential conflict of interest, then before the move of the amendment is to make that amendment, that should be made known to the body.
Yes, I just took the chair. Thank you. We're going to have to...
Would like the author of the amendment care to pull back and pull back on his amendment before he proffers the amendment?
There is no amendment on the floor, at least right now, or the last one failed, so... Where are we? Did you still wish to speak on the bill? Yes, I did. All right. Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding, in looking at this, that as long as we file disclosure prior to the vote, then we can go forward. And I have filed disclosure currently with the Speaker's office, with every connection I have to everything. And if anybody in this room or anybody at home didn't realize I was the president of the GFT, guess what? I'm the president of the GFT, and I'm damn proud of it. But let me get back to this vote. And let me get back to this bill, Mr. Speaker. This bill, I'm going to have to rise against it at this point. I just can't see how we can continue to go down the same road of making things worse for our people, taking away benefits from public school teachers, taking away benefits for potential public school teachers. While I appreciate the intent to rearrange the department and cut down on some of the administrative costs, which I thought was a really good part of the bill. But when we take away benefits from teachers and potential teachers, I in no way can rise to support that, and I must voice my full objection to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Pangilinan, on the main bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to state for the record that I do have a sister who's a teacher. And actually, she's in teacher status. I don't think I know she's not in the classroom. You know, I'm so close to what she does that I don't even think she's in teacher status anymore. She has gone from a 9-month employee to a 12-month employee, I believe. Anything else you need from me, Mr. Speaker? Okay. Thank you. And, yeah, but he's not a teacher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly want to first, of course, express my my deep respect and support for the author of the bill in all that she's doing to try and better the education system for the benefit of our community and our children. And I do know that in all my interaction with her, that is the utmost concern that she has, is how do things we do affect our children, especially those within the public school system, of course. And I think, you know, her record speaks for itself in terms of where she's been and where she's still at today with regards to her concern and dedication towards the educational system of our community. And I certainly appreciate, of course, also her broader view on this government and the challenges that we face in this government. The bill itself, you know, I'm a little unsure at this time with some of the changes being proposed. I certainly appreciate the change in the administration of the program and that the savings from the restructuring of the program that we were able to implement has resulted in additional savings that now become available for the benefits of the participants rather than the benefit of the bureaucracy of administering the program, although you need these kind of things. So in the development of the program itself, we've certainly had to support it administratively to ensure that we're able to achieve the program objectives. And I do want to say that part of my dilemma in this bill itself is we have seen some of the improvements in the program itself. We've seen improvement in the visibility of the program. We've seen improvement in the heightened awareness of those that are contemplating educational objectives beyond the high school years into the secondary, post-secondary, and post-secondary educational programs, that there is a greater awareness of the Yamashita Education Corps and the calling to be a teacher and to help touch lives and mold young minds for the benefit of our community. And I've looked at and seen some of the improvements that have been made with the administrative and the bureaucratic side of the program. This year, for example, we've seen 65 applicants for 10 slots, and that ratio of applicants to awardees is one of the higher ratios that we've seen. We don't know, again, exactly why that is. I think part of it is that the individuals that are now running the program have developed a further outreach and educational program about the educational opportunities provided by the Doc Yamashita Education Corps. So we've seen those improvements, and then in addition to that, we've seen the improvements in the administration side in the reduction of the costs associated with running the program versus the benefit for the participants. So this is coming at a time where we're seeing greater successes in the program, and we're seeing greater participation in the program, and the changes that are being made here cause me to ask, is the timing right? Are the changes that we're going to make in this bill going to impact the interest in the program and so forth? So as I look at what we're doing, we're, number one, in order to provide more opportunities for other people who have been shut out of the program because the resources just aren't there, we are removing the stipend so that that stipend can be redirected, as was aptly put by one of our colleagues, redirected to more scholarships for participants. So that is a good thing. However, when we're doing that, one of the other changes that we're making here, for example, is that we're now, for new participants coming to the program, we're not going to be providing them the benefit of stipends, but we're now going to ask them to commit to doubling their length of service for repayment. So in the past, recipients received the stipend, and then they have to work 1 year for every year of benefit, if I understood it correctly. Now, the new participants are going to be required to enroll in the program, not receive a stipend, and increase the repayment from 1 to 2 years. So we're doubling their service requirement, reducing the stipend, and I'm not sure what the impact of this two changes is going to have on recruiting new participants to the program. Will we still have the same awareness? Will we still have the same interest given these two changes taken together? Either one individually may not have an impact on it, but there's a greater probability that both changes may have an impact. And the impact would not be positive. I couldn't see that the impact of that would be we'd get more applicants. I think the impact would be we'd get greater soul searching by individuals who want to participate in the program in this fashion. So those two things taken together may be a little bit more than the program can take. I don't know. I think that, again, I go back to some of the studies that were furnished to us in correspondence with individuals and what we've read on these targeted incentive programs for educators, and what's the biggest impact and what's the biggest consideration for participation or becoming a teacher. And I think the statistics, if I could point out to a study that was done in, I think it was in Illinois, where some people, the participants in a scholarship program there said that the scholarship program really didn't have a huge impact on their decision to become a teacher. They wanted to become a teacher before they even knew about the scholarship. They wanted to become a teacher before they applied. So the scholarship was cream on the pie rather than the pie itself. So is that the same type of individuals? Are those the same type of individuals that we have here on Guam? I would say that given the teachers we have, probably that it may not have such a huge impact. But is it important for retention? I think that's why, for example, we have an increase in the stipend from 200 to 300 to 400 to 500, is that the further along you get, the more reward you get and the more incentive there is for you to complete your program and get yourself the degree and into the classroom, where that's the whole reason why we have this scholarship program, to make it easier and provide that opportunity. So certainly the changes, and some of them are very good in that respect, in that even if we don't do anything, or even if we don't pass this bill, there will still be additional opportunities and additional scholarships, hopefully, because we've now taken this about $300,000 of administrative costs that used to be taken out of program funds, might want to call it indirect costs, is now being reduced by about $200,000 by just the virtue of transferring it from this institutionalized office of the Yamashita Education Corps through the Financial Aids Office at the University of Guam. So we'll still provide about $200,000 in new scholarships. That's about close to 30 scholarships, I guess, at $7,000 a year. Pretty close to that. So regardless of what happens with this bill, I think the author has done, work that will provide greater opportunities for individuals who are interested in a career in education, and that her action in the previous budget bill, as a matter of fact, has resulted in greater resources and greater opportunities for those seeking a career in education by providing them, of course, scholarship money from the savings of that administrative change. And so I certainly look at that, and then look at the other opportunity here to generate additional scholarships with the other changes that were not encompassed in that earlier change that was made. So I think that there are many good things about this bill and about the work that the author has done with regards to providing these greater opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes, and then Senator Palacios.
Sizus Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here in full support of this bill 229 for the Yamashita Educators Corps, and I really thank the author of the legislation for making me a part of this co-sponsorship. And when I had asked if there was a waiting list for this Yamashita Educators Corps scholarship, it was told to me that there probably isn't a waiting list right now, but the mere fact that there are over 368 or over 350 undergraduates who major in education, and with these students going for their undergraduate classes right now, these students were not a part of this Yamashita Educators Corps. And when the gist of the legislation was given to me, for me, I was looking at alternatives to make sure that if we have 25 recipients today that receive this or are a part of the program, what is it going to take for us to get more people involved? No stranger, Mr. Speaker, to you and I, that we are faced with a major military influx. We are faced with a population boom over the next couple of years that probably would have a lot of, not just our folks in the community, but those who come here to try and make a living here want to go to school. Those families in the mainland who've been gone for many, many years, who have children who are in schools right now but want to come back home to live, I know that this kind of scholarship program is probably going to have a greater need for having more of our community residents be a part of that. So I supported the effort. I knew that we would have to get creative in making some crucial decisions on what we had to do to bring more applicants in or to try and get them. So, we said with the intent of this legislation that we weren't going to take away. And if I'm not mistaken, that was a lot of the concerns that came in, or the calls that came into my office was, but Senator, are you going to be taking away from any of the scholarships with this scholarship program? Those are in the program right now. I said, no, we're not. We are definitely not taking anything away from any of the recipients as we speak today. If this legislation were to be passed into law, it would be for the new applicants coming in. And I said, if anything, I wanted to make sure that, I don't know if there's an effective date on this, but yes, that there was an effective date and it wouldn't be initiated till after the academic year 2010, if I'm not mistaken. But some of the other things that were brought up by the speaker and or the author of this legislation when she first spoke was she detailed the breakdowns of the changes and what we were going to include. And one of the things that were also, at least for me, was a big change, but it meant greater for me was knowing that the allowances for textbooks would be increased per semester, not per year, school year, but per semester. Of course, the commitment of maintaining, if you're under a scholarship, you'd have to hold some certain grade point averages. And for me, that would be a commitment that this is the journey that you want to take. So, of course, I had no reservations in increasing that grade point maintenance average. I did note that the payback on these requirements was, instead of it being a one-to-one, that the student who received the funding from this scholarship would have to pay it back 2-to-1. And for me, Mr. Speaker, it takes into consideration that if this were to go through, that there would be a true commitment of that student or of that applicant wanting to make sure that this is where he wants to be. This is what he wants to do. He wants to make a difference, and he wants to teach, or she wants to teach. And I'm saying that with these changes, making sure that we look at paying for full tuition, and that's what it's stated. It's full tuition, an increase in the textbook allowances. You and I know, Mr. Speaker, that books nowadays, even paperback books, cost anywhere between $50 to $100, and that's without any kind of exaggeration. But also to be included, if I'm not mistaken, and I can be corrected, was the student activity fees that were required, depending on the projects that were required for this program. And for me, when I look at the conversion of adding more students or applicants to apply for the scholarship and bringing that level up and having more students go into this, knowing that alone we today have over 350 plus students in the undergraduate program who have their journey to be a part of the education profession, then I have to take a stand to be at least proactive in finding avenues where I can ascertain to give more funding resources to that. I do have a couple of amendments, Mr. Speaker, and if I may, they are sent out. I have two, and I want to work on the first amendment, Mr. Speaker, if I may, and that's on page 4. I know that one of the other provisions on this legislation was the composition of the council. It was There was talks about removing it, and I want to make sure that there is a selection committee in place. But what I wanted to do, Mr. Speaker, does everybody have a copy? The first one, for page 4, beginning on line 1, substitute Bill 229. It's subsection 151304.
Does everybody have a copy of that? It looks like this. It was passed out this morning.
Yes. It just says,
It's a selection committee
Right.
amendment.
subsection 151304, selection committee, A, there shall be annually established a Yamashita Teachers Corps Evaluation and Selection Committee, and then parentheses, the committee composed of the following, and then it strikes out what's existing right now. And I'd like to add on the first I, if I may, it says the Dean of School of Education of the University of Guam or its successors in interest. I'd like to just go ahead and change that to the Executive Director, Guam Commission on Educator Certification, which is the GCEC. And then on the double I, it would be the Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Improvement of the Guam Department of Education or its successors in interest. Triple I would be a high school teacher from the Guam Department of Education who has been a master teacher for at least one semester appointed by the Superintendent of Education. 4, a middle school teacher from the Guam Department of Education who has been a master teacher for at least one semester appointed by the Superintendent of Education. 5, an elementary school teacher from the Guam Department of Education who has been a master teacher for at least one semester appointed by the Superintendent of Education. And then it further goes on to read, the committee shall conduct interviews for the purpose of selecting scholarship recipients under the program listed within this article. The passing of the oral interviews and the meeting of established University of Guam entrance and academic requirements shall constitute the primary criteria for selection of scholarship recipients. Again, Mr. Speaker, this amendment will share that there is a representation from each of the elementary, secondary, and high school. It would change from the Dean of School of Education from the University of Guam to bring it to the Executive Director, Guam Commission on Educator Certification, which is the GCEC, and for me, it just gives it comprises of a complete process where we have a representation from all the divisions. So I'd like
Does
to
everybody
comment just
understand and have that amendment, and that the Senator Barnes has amended I to read Executive Director of GCEC? Do you have anything more to say on your amendment,
No,
Senator Barnes?
No, I like.
Okay.
I just,
Anybody wish to speak on Senator Barnes's amendment? Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment, and I'd just like to give you a comparison, if you would bear with me a little bit. I know what was taken out there then is actually replaced with what's on the bottom, and this is a 5-member committee versus what it used to be a 7-committee member. And what it is that there was a representative from UOG. There are 3 teachers. The 3 teachers are an elementary, middle, and a high school. We always have this mistake where we always say elementary and secondary, and all the time you leave the individuals out in the middle. So I decided that we have just as many teachers in the middle schools, and so I decided to put these 3 individuals in to represent then the cross sections of teachers in the school system. There was the dean, personnel administrator from DOE, and the associate superintendent of education. That's the old position titles. Those 2 would actually be covered under the deputy superintendent for curriculum and instruction. So that, when you think of what it was before and what it is, and you're seeing the same representation. What's new here, well, not totally new in a sense, because then it used to be from the personnel office, and sometimes it is the certification office was within the personnel office. and now the senator has just amended it to include the executive director for certification, and that actually makes a lot more sense. Or its successor, yes, in interest. That's what it is. So I do stand in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anybody else wish to speak on the Munoz-Barnes amendment? Any objection to the amendment? So ordered. Your second amendment, Senator Barnes.
See, just Masi, Mr. Speaker, you could do it with a little smile. Just that it's you know. The second amendment, Mr. Speaker, would be to add a new section 151312 of substitute 229-30 to read as follows. Subsection 15312, reporting requirements. A report shall be sent to the Legislature in Guam no later than 3 weeks after the start of each semester, which at the very least contain the following information: the total number of Teacher Corps recipients for that semester, sorted by new and continuing recipients, total number of Teacher Corps recipients that completed their degree program in the prior semester, total amount expended for the prior semester for any activity related to the Teacher Corps program, and any other information that the committee will deem helpful in the review of the program. And I guess, Mr. Speaker, if I can just speak on this amendment, it just gives the tracking mechanism so that we make sure we know how this program, if instituted, is coming along.
Anybody wish to speak on this and whether or not it's possible to comply? I don't want us to pass any reporting requirements that are impossible to comply with. And 3 weeks after the semester starts is not the beginning of the fiscal year, so you may have a problem with knowing whether or not how many there are. But
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because the program will not take effect until next year at the beginning of a new semester, then I see it then actually requesting for the information, and I think this will become very helpful. Senator Pangilinan was asking some of these questions to find out what would some of the impact be, and this would give us a better picture, in terms of the number of teacher recipients for that particular semester, and yes, to be sorted by new and continuing recipients and those who actually complete the program. Part of these are actually, yes, in the budget bill, because when we were in the scholarship section, many of our colleagues wanted to know and wanted even actually more information than what is being requested here. A call was made to see whether this is the kind of information that can be provided, and the response was that they actually collect a lot of this data, not necessarily now for this, because this is new, but one of the data that they were able to pull out immediately when we called was to find out how many students were in the Yamashita program and how many were actually majoring in education but are not in the program, may have other scholarships that they have requested, written for and has been awarded to help them. So that means there are, and the senator was correct, the mover of the amendment, that there are 368 other education majors who are not a part of the Yamashita Corps. These are educators, teachers, students who have applied to get other grants like Pell Grants or student loans to help them even get a bachelor's degree and go into education, have not even gone to what is available, monies for tuition fees, textbooks, and even stipends. 368, 2 times more than what is currently in the Yamashita program of 150 students. So if they're able to pull out that information, I think that some of this information definitely they can comply with. And I agree with you, we don't want to ask for so many information that they are unable to provide. And our understanding is that they have this information already in place. It just means now to expand this to in the finance office, the financial aids office, rather than separately. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Calvo, did you have your hand up to speak? Anybody else wish to? Senator Palacios. Okay, no, you're next speaker on the. Anybody else wish to speak on the Munya-Barnes amendment for the reporting requirement? Hearing no objection. Senator Palacios on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. And again, we look at this program itself. Anybody who is under the Yamashita Education Core Program, the scholarship itself pays for an average of about $8,000 a year for tuition and other things. The stipend, my understanding is that for the first year college is $200 a month times 12 months. And for the second year, it's $300. Third year college is $400. And of course, for the senior, which is the 4-year college, is $500 a month. And all of these stipends are for a 12-month period. And it is this money that is earmarked for stipend, that traditionally is earmarked for stipend, will in the future actually be converted to create on the first year 5 additional scholarship, which will pay the $8,000. And I venture to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are students out there that are actually pursuing a teaching credential, but they are limited in the number of scholarships that can go in. And I would venture to say that if anybody would come up, if the government of Guam, people of Guam would come up and pay the $8,000 tuition and other fees, I am sure that they'll be able to take care of what is normally considered stipend. And that is the purpose of this. Nobody is being reduced. This is going forward. Those who are already in the program will continue to draw the stipend until they finish the program, which is when they graduate. And this is for going forward. And eventually, at the end of the 4th year, if this is to pass, then of course it will phase out completely. And then at that point, 4 years from now, we actually will be having 17 additional, on top of the 25 now currently slotted for scholarship. We may have from 17 to 20 more at the end of the 4th year. On the first year, we will be able to create 5 new scholarships, for which $8,000 will be paid for each one, again, from the stipend. And if we were to continue to apply the stipend, as we do now, for every year and every year, then it is very difficult to expand the program. And everybody had presented how good the program is. And the program is challenged, of course, and even this government is challenged with resources. It is how best we can utilize the so-called stipend money, which I would call, of course, I guess, pocket money for those that are going, and maybe they need other things to support their endeavor in going to school. But in my opinion, personally, I think that that money can better be spent on paying for the tuition for 5 more additional slots. And that's where I stand, and I think this bill will make that program be more efficient and more available as we go forward. At the end of the 4th year, I repeat, the program would eventually probably have almost 45 slots if we don't increase it legislatively by increasing the number. But if we were just to maintain the program as it is, but beginning now, continue to convert the stipend into to pay for scholarship funds for the tuition, we will be able to have about 45 slots at the end of the 4th year, beginning with this bill. And that is, I like to share that with my colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any other speakers on the bill? Senator Gutherts on the bill. Whose
Chair?
amendment? There was no objection. It was accepted.
Mr. Speaker, I have a short amendment to make. I need maybe 1 more minute to get it copied. If I can ask for a little recess.
We're in recess for a second. back on the record, Senator Gutherts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. We've had quite a day focusing on Bill 229. And I do agree with the previous speaker, my colleague, Senator Pangilinan, that there are some really good things in the bill that I am comfortable with. Redefining the focus of the scholarship, I think, is very important. Trying to find ways to maximize resources is important. But as all of you know, I have some concerns about completely wiping out the stipend for new participants. So I've been thinking about what possibly could become an amendment that would still provide some kind of support to new students who enter the program. I would assume those would be students that would start next school year. Am I right, Mr. Speaker?
I have
You're not sure. Okay. Well, the intent of this
yielding, I believe the speaker says yes.
Okay. Okay. The intent of this amendment would be to take effect for new participants that would come into the program who would not be covered under the continuing provision of the stipend. These would be students who would not be getting a stipend after this school year. So this would be new participants. At any rate, I came up with this language, and I hope my colleagues will please consider it. As you know, in the bill, the payback has been increased, but the benefits have been reduced. So I think this is sort of an even way of finding a compromise that could help justify the increased requirements for the payback, and also to alleviate some of the costs that there are students who incur who probably would not be able to come up to the university, attend the classes, finish the program in a timely manner without some support other than tuition and fees. So this is the amendment, would be to add a new section at the bottom of Bill 229 with the following language. Each, and I want to insert the word new, each new Yamashita Teacher Corps undergraduate scholarship recipient starting in the academic term, I believe it would be 2010 and 2000 through 2011, who successfully completes a minimum of 12 credit hours each fall semester and each spring semester during an academic year at the University of Guam, shall receive a monetary award of $1,000 from the Yamashita Teacher Corps Scholarship Fund. The monetary award shall be paid out by the university to the eligible recipient after grades are certified and issued by the university registrar. Now, this amendment would basically honor the desires of those who wish to remove the stipend and replace it with a small monetary award, which would be the same for all participants in the undergraduate Teacher Corps Scholarship Program, regardless of what grade they're in, whether freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. If they successfully complete a minimum of 12 credit hours, which is a full load according to the university catalog, each fall semester and each spring semester of an academic year, then they would be eligible and entitled to receive this monetary award. Now, again, my rationale in offering this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that those students participating in this program will be able to access the program, underwrite some of the minimal costs associated with being able to go up to the university, and perform with proper grade point averages and meeting all the academic requirements to be eligible for it. So I would like to move this amendment for consideration by my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Anybody else wish to be heard on the amendment? Senator Wampat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, that is a good idea, but I think the bill as it stands now, for example, with this amendment, it does not involve any more money than it is already appropriated, except, again, that what is traditionally provided for stipend is going to be converted for, but with this amendment, it actually would increase the appropriation for the program. For example, at the beginning of the semester, if this bill passed and with this amendment, at the beginning of the semester, there will be probably four additional scholarship slots on the first year. Now, those four additional scholarships will, at the completion of the first semester or the first year, would all then be also given the $1,000 monetary, well, maybe stipend or whatever the term may be, monetary award. So in actuality, the stipend that we try to convert to scholarship funds to create the 4 position or 5 position will not be available because the current enrollees will have to be paid at the end of the year if they succeeded. But here we are, we already sent additional 4 into the program to make it 29 on the first year. They will be entitled at the end of the that school year of 1,000 each. So in actuality, you would increase at the end of the year the cost for the program. So I just like to share that what Bill 229 attempts to do in just is containing the cost as it is right now, but modify the program to create additional scholarship position. It may be moot at this point with this amendment, and I'd like to share that with my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the discussion, I had stated that in the 4 years, going to take 4 years for the program, is that each student, it will cost the government $44,497.20 for the 4 years to become teachers. And for each year, when we say there's an average of anywhere between 20 maybe to 25 students coming in the first year, which will be next school year, which will be school year 2010-2011, then we'll see these new 25 students come in with the savings and the conversion of these stipends into tuitions for not the full 25. The full 25 is when the full 4 years have been completed, but the 5 students. By doing this now, in essence, Mr. Speaker, is that we'll be lucky if we have 1 student who will be given then a scholarship. So with this amendment will just technically not allow the creation of any new scholarships for the students. And I have to ask this question of everyone. What about the 368 students who are education majors, who are not getting 1 cent government assistance, not 1 cent towards their tuition, not 1 cent towards their fees, not 1 cent towards their textbooks? What about these 368 students? I have no objection at all, like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, about giving stipends. When we have an abundance of students who are in the program and monies to definitely be able to support every single one of the students that we have. And one day, yes, I hope Senator Pangalinan's goal and my goal is that every child will have free education at the University of Guam. I hope I'll be able to see that in this lifetime. And to see and realize 5 next year, and then yes, with administrative costs, an additional number, and 5 every year, and in the 4 years, when finally all those who are in the program currently and are receiving the stipend and are having their textbooks paid for and we are paying for their fees and their tuitions, when that cohort leaves, then we start with a new set of cohorts then, and the numbers will definitely increase up to 20 to 25 more students with the savings and the conversions of these stipends. And with this amendment, we're lucky if we can pay for one stipend. And who would that one student be that we're going to give that one stipend to? I mean tuition.
Senator Rector, any other senators after Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in full support of this amendment. You know, earlier when we were talking about doing away with these stipends, everybody was talking about getting a job and how everybody can figure out new ways to fund their own education. And all I could think of is, man, those folks must be a lot smarter than I am. You know, I went to college. I was lucky enough to go to a junior college back when I graduated from high school in 1981 in a state that had a tax base that supported public education. And my tuition at that time for as many classes I wanted to take at the junior college was $5 a semester, which punched into a current inflation calculator works out to less than $12 a semester today. That is not what it is at UOG. I think a grad level class with all the fees is about $500 a class. I went to a junior college to save money for my family. And then I got accepted to the University of California, San Diego. Now, I couldn't get scholarships at the time, but fortunately, I had a mother that was a school teacher that valued education, and a grandmother that worked in a school cafeteria that valued education. And the two put their money together and sent me through college. I tried to work while I was in college. Couldn't do it. Tried. My grades started dropping. I had trouble getting through. I had to quit. Fortunately, I was lucky enough and I was blessed enough to have parents, a mother and a grandmother that could afford to help me get through. I don't think everybody on Guam has that same opportunity, especially when I just read a report today that said that 20% of our population live below the poverty line. We need to help kids succeed. We need to help kids be able to go to college. We need to help our children be able to become teachers and get a college degree. This is not asking too much. To say, well, go ahead and you get a job and help fund your way through it. Well, for the people that were able to do that, my hat's off to you. I am so impressed. Like I said, I guess God blessed you with more brains than he blessed me. Probably a better ability to speak too, but not everybody's like that. Everybody deserves a chance. Everybody deserves an opportunity for a good education. And this stipend that the good maker of this amendment has put forth isn't all that much money. We can find the funding. We can make more funding. We can generate more revenue on our island to fund our educational system, and to constantly say that our kids deserve less because we allow big corporations to have free tax rides on our island, because we allow people to not pay their employees so that we have to subsidize their profit margin by subsidizing their employees' standard of living, I just find unacceptable. I rise in support of this amendment, and I really think it should be twice what it was. Thank you.
Any other speakers on the Guthert amendment? Senator Uggan. Please, you're recognized.
This is Monse, Mr. Speaker. One of our colleagues said yes, and if I find ako malago sa bago nakadadasti. I stand in support of this particular amendment, but I do have one question, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the application of this provision, should it be adopted, and that is whether in fact the existing conditions, because the way this would read is each Yamashita Teacher Corps undergraduate scholarship recipient who successfully completes a minimum of 12 credit hours each fall semester and each spring semester during an academic year at the University of Guam shall receive a monetary award. And he goes on to say about $1,000 with the additional provisions. My question, Mr. Speaker, if the author of the amendment can yield, is whether the conditions laid out under the Yamashita Educator Corps still would apply off a minimum GPA of 3.0. So, Mr. Speaker, because this appears to be an isolated amendment being incorporated into the entire provision.
Thank you. Does the maker wish to yield?
Yes, the other provisions of the bill would apply with reference to academic performance. If the Yamashita Teacher Corps academic performance requirement is that they have a 3.0 at the end of each semester, then that would apply, and the registrar would verify if they met the requirement as part of the condition of awarding the monetary award. And just for clarification, Mr. Speaker, this would apply to new and continuing students, meaning after the current eligibility ends for the stipend that's in place now, with all the participants that have been selected and the students that are in the program now. This would apply to the new applicants who are selected until they complete their degree, as long as they're in good standing.
Can we just take a short recess?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We're back on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I consulted with legislative attorney, and the legislative attorney recommends that this amendment would be included under section 151307 as new item 1C. So it would be a new item C under section 151307, number 1. And it would simply refer to new participants, after the ending of the current eligibilities of the stipends. So,
Thank you. Senator Frank Uggan on the Gothard's amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to Senator G, thank you for that clarification, because at least we're not looking at extending an additional award to the existing eligible recipients of the Yamashita Educator Corps, and it's more or less going to be applicable to all of the new eligible applicants. But I stand in support of this, Mr. Speaker. I think that I prefer really the approach that she has presented here, where in fact it becomes an award rather than an automatic stipend. So just looking at it from the language that is being presented here, I stand in support of this, and I certainly hope that she would have the necessary votes to be able to get it adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other speakers on the Gothard's amendment? Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a hard time with this one, and only because I have to state for the record that I myself have had to apply. I'm going to tell right now, I think a lot of people know my story in terms of that I actually dropped out of college. And when I dropped out of college, my parents weren't very happy with that decision whatsoever, but I thought I knew better. I knew I wanted to do this, and I know I wanted to do that, and in fact, that was the time that I actually first met you, Mr. Speaker. I came back, DJ'd a little bit, did this, did that. But after 7 years of being away from school, I went back. I always knew I would go back. The problem that I had was that when I initially made that decision to leave school, my parents said, listen, if you're going to leave school right now, if you go through with that decision, if you ever plan to return to school, don't count on us to pay for your tuition or to help you out. You're on your own. In other words, continue your school right now, or if you're going to discontinue it, then you're in charge of whatever you're going to do in the future. And of course, I said, fine, at that point. I was one of those defiant guys. Fine, I can handle it. 7 years out of dropping out of school, out of college, I went back. But I did have to seek financial aid. I could not do it on my own. I sought any scholarship I can get my hand on, any financial aid, any loans, any grants, whatever. And I did get them. I got a scholarship. I had to apply for some financial aid for some student loans, of which I'm still paying for now. I got some grants. But I tell you, I was very appreciative just for the scholarship. It did cover a big part of my tuition. But nobody ever gave me a stipend for living expenses. Nobody ever gave me an award to finish my education. The award was the education. The award was the degree at the end of the day. And to make ends meet, on top of all the financial aid that I got, scholarships, grants, financial loans, student loans, I still had to work to make ends meet. I worked two jobs. I worked in a retail store, cutting cheese, making sandwiches, tending the cash register, and I did that after school. On weekends, I tended somebody's garden and cleaned their pool, and that was Saturday and Sunday, and basically was their houseboy for the weekend. I had no problem with that. That was just part of being able to get myself through the education process. I had to pay for it myself. I had scholarships, and that's exactly what this is. This is a scholarship. Anybody who receives any assistance, especially when we're talking scholarship to pay full tuition, to pay all your fees, and something else. I think there's something else that's included in this whole scholarship. It's like that in itself is a big help. So now if we're just going to award people just to get through the program, somehow it detracts, I think, from really what the main intent of the student should be, which is actually the award at the end of the rainbow. You have to work hard for the 4 years to get that degree. That's what this is all about. The government is going to help you to a certain extent, not for everything, but for a large part for all your tuition, which is the biggest part of that expense, for all the fees and tuitions and books. And books. Now, if they have to work a part-time job to make ends meet, then so be it. When you're young, you have the energy, you have the time, you have the ability. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, on top of working those 2 jobs, I even had time, again, just through proper management of my own time and through my own interests, to actually be involved in several student activities and student organizations, of which I was president of. I was president of the Asian Students Association and the International Students Association in college, undergrad. That's on top of working 2 jobs. So again, I'm not really sure I can support this because, again, I think that going forward, we are providing them with an opportunity to get a good education at the University of Guam through the Yamashita scholarships. Any other monetary things, I think that, like this, in this situation, on this amendment, we're going to give $1,000 for everybody who successfully completes a semester, every semester. But if every year, still, okay, $1,000 for every year. But again, if you really think about it, that just means it's $1,000 less to another student who could probably use that financial assistance for tuition and books and fees. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, and through my own experiences, I know it's difficult. But I think when you're young, that is part of the challenge. Sometimes you have to go through the school of hard knocks, even though you're in the formal process of a college education, to be able to really appreciate that whole experience of being educated. And so I would have to oppose this amendment at this point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Espaldon. Any other speakers? Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to be a recipient of this scholarship, you have to be a full-time student, and the minimum full-time number of credits are required is 12. So therefore, this is not going to be a 1,000 giveaway a year. It'll be twice a year, because for each semester, 12 is the minimum, and then the next semester is another 12 credits to be a full-time student in the Yamashita Core Program.
Senator Guthridge, you have point of information.
I just want to clarify, the amendment says, in order to be eligible for the monetary award, they must complete 12 credit hours in the fall semester and 12 credit hours in the spring semester. So it's per academic year. It's not per semester that they would get an award each semester. It's per academic year.
Do you wish to make that clarification so there is no...
Yes, and it's they'd have to complete, a full load is 12 credit hours per semester, but they'd have to complete 24 credit hours to be eligible for the award. The way it's written is this. Let me say it again. It's written this way. Each new Yamashita Teacher Corps undergraduate scholarship recipient who starting in whatever the academic year is where this would kick in, who successfully completes a minimum of 12 credit hours each fall semester and each spring semester during an academic year at the University of Guam shall receive a monetary award of $1,000 from the Yamashita Teacher Corps Scholarship Fund. Yes, it's for an academic year. It's not for a semester.
Thank you for the clarification, Senator Guthridge.
Point of information.
Yes.
Was there an amendment then made to this amendment?
No, there was none. It's
so
just,
as written, again, it was ambiguous to members of this body. So if we do accept this amendment, it would seem to me that it could be construed ambiguous also. And so I would imagine that the proffer of this amendment would like to clarify that in writing. because even I was under the impression that it was for per semester.
If you read the amendment, Mr. Speaker, it says, if you read it, let me read it again. Each new Yamashita Teacher Corps undergraduate scholarship recipient who successfully completes a minimum of 12 credit hours each fall semester and each spring semester during an academic year at the University of Guam shall receive a monetary award of $1,000. Yes. What?
When you read it, you missed the academic year.
Well, I was suggesting we include that because we want it to kick in after the current thing stops. That was the intent. But it's per academic year. It's not per semester that you get an award.
Senator Abbott, please address the chair.
Just a point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. You know, we earlier we addressed a similar amendment which failed.
Yeah, I put starting in
and I don't see how this is different. The earlier amendment was basically going to give, as I understand it, $500 per semester, correct? So that at the end of the academic year, $1,000 stipend would have been given out. All this does is basically still $1,000 stipend, except that it's pretty much just kind of delayed until the end of that academic year. So how is this different from the amendment that was made earlier and failed?
I'll explain it.
I wasn't here. Let's just take the vote on it. And
I can answer his question real quick.
It's quite all right. Let's just take the vote.
Okay.
On the Guthertz Amendment, those in favor of the Guthertz Amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. The motion fails. Any other speakers or amendments to Bill 2? You have another amendment. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'm very saddened that there doesn't seem to be any room here, any leeway here in this bill. It seems that we're being very obstinate. No changes. And I'm very sad by that. As a consultative body, I thought that at least we could work together to make something better, taking into consideration the concerns that some of us have. But that's okay, Mr. Speaker, because the end result is the students are going to have to live with this, and we're going to have to account for this. I'm not comfortable with this bill simply because we have not been given the opportunity to really make it work better. I'm saddened by that feeling I'm feeling here in this body. And yes, I'm disappointed. You know, I was always brought up to believe that we try to make education accessible and get more of our people going to our educational institutions, including finishing high school, going up to the Guam Community College, going to the university. And yes, I understand the intent is to give more scholarships. And that's fine. But we also want to make it possible for the students to actually go to the university and focus on their studies. Some of us in this room maybe had opportunities to have scholarships, and maybe the government of Guam underwrote their scholarships. And maybe stipends too. But I'm just saddened by the lack of really any room for any consideration. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will keep their eyes on this and see what happens later. But if this should become law, all of us will have to defend this. And I have some difficulty with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Guthers. Anybody else wish to speak on Senator Espaldon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. It basically is very simple in my mind. It's basically allowing more students to have access to to financial assistance to pay for full tuition, for fees, and for books. That's bottom line. The previous speaker spoke about her disappointment and the lack of no room for consideration. I would have to say I disagree, because much consideration was given, it just didn't pass with enough votes. People here, my colleagues here, were able to proffer whatever ideas they had. All it takes is 8 votes to get that passed. Again, that constitutes a majority in this House. So there was room for consideration. It's just that not everybody agreed with it, or at least not the majority agreed with some of the ideas. That doesn't mean there's been a lack of consideration. It just means that people didn't agree with some of the ideas and consideration. There was ideas that were put out for consideration. But more than that, like I said, bottom line is this is about allowing more students to access funds, government funds, right, to be able to go to school with full tuition, with books, and with fees. I support this legislation.
Thank you. Any other speakers? You may close, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I'd like to do, first of all, is that there are some amendments, technical amendments that I would like to make and to allow the legal counsel to make them, because there are, and in taking into consideration some of the requests by the administrator of the YTC program, that throughout the bill where it talks about YEC, that it should be YTC, so if legal counsel can make those corrections, or where it says educator, that be changed to teacher. On page 2, and this was brought up by Senator Lenin, on section 2, where it says community service requirement,
Okay, let's take first those first two.
Oh,
the first two,
the technical corrections.
Technical corrections. Anybody have any objection to those technical
You're right.
corrections from educator to teacher?
Teacher core, and to make sure that the core has an S on it too, so that's technical.
Okay. Now this one, the next one is on...
The next one is on page 2, is to delete the community service requirement on line 21, and that should read, which was on the words from line 24, the Dr. Antonio C. Yamashita Teacher Corps. The community service requirement, that's a wrong title. That should be, the title should be reflected also on section 2, line 21. That it should read, instead of community service requirements, it will read the Dr. Antonio C. Yamashita Teacher Corps.
Did everybody get that? And so you're just striking those 3 words?
Yes. And putting the title, because that is the title it talks about. Because, see, there is no Article 13, and this is a new article now, and that is then what the title should be, where it says Section 2.
Okay. We got that one. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The other amendment I like to make, and I've taken again the comments of Senator Pangilinan as well when he was talking about on page 6 on line 8, is that the required length service to be rendered shall be for a period of 2 years for every academic year, and some of you have voiced that concern to me as well. And although yes, there's a greater commitment when we can get our the teachers or anyone that we pay for their education to commit a longer service time. And they have asked that, I reconsider that. So I will go ahead and like to make that motion then to amend that and bring it back down to 1 rather than 2. So it'll be 1 to 1.
Does everybody understand that amendment being proposed by the speaker, that on line 8, rather than reading 2 years, it'll read 1? That's not technical, that's actually major.
Oh, no, that's why I'm making the amendments now 1 by 1. That's what I'm saying now.
Everybody understand that? Anybody wish to speak on that amendment? Any objection to the amendment of reducing it from 2 to 1? Your next amendment, Madam Speaker.
This is probably a grammatical thing, technical, page 8, line 2. Instead of whom, it should be who.
It's 4 words from the end of line 2.
Did you find it? Line 2, instead of whom, delete the M. And then the last thing, just to let you know too, I know earlier we were asking, and the chairman and committee on rules had indicated that we would really like to make sure we have, the strikeouts underscore so we can find out, what the changes are. And I'd just like to let everyone know that the only 2 changes from what it was in the original bill and what this is on page 7, where when Dr. Whippy testified, we had the words on line 14 at the beginning of the semester, and she asked to say that if we could just make it at the regular semester, because sometimes the monies are not released immediately at the beginning, but to say at the regular semester. The other is that she asked that we add in the word cumulative on line 2. So those are the only 2 changes from the original bill and this substituted version, so that you'll be able to, because that question was brought up before break at lunch. The last amendment that I would like to ask is that to add Senator Palacios' name as the 3rd co-sponsor.
Any objection?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to, just a few words in terms of closing, is that the Yamashita Teacher Corps, I know, was created, and we want to continue with it, is to encourage and produce a number of teachers that we need to address the shortfall of teachers in our schools. And what this bill does, again, is we're trying to maximize the fullest extent possible for every dollar that we have that we can actually use for scholarships. And in order then to maximize those benefits, to have more student scholarships, then yes, there is then that decision and request to then remove the scholarship, the stipends, not for those in the program, in existing programs. That means those who started just this semester and those who are sophomores, juniors, and seniors. This would only go into effect with the new students. So with this changes is that then we will realize immediately 2 numbers that would increase. Yes, the 5 immediately, 5 from converting those stipends over now to 5 tuition. But every year the number increases from 5 every year to about 20 to 25 more students to enter the program. With the 10% now of administrative costs, which went from 25 to 10, we will realize from the $268,000 of savings in the administrative costs, we would realize an additional, now this is immediate, an additional 36 students. So with the 36 plus the 5, we will be able, the university will see 41 new students next year under this program with the scholarship, in which their textbooks will be paid, and it will go up to $500 from the original $250. We will pay, the university, the government will pay for the full tuition, and the full tuition is $7,000 and fees, $7,424.30. That's what the government will be paying for 41 more students and will continue with the others that are in the program, the other 125 students, and who will be sophomores, juniors, and seniors. The new freshmen coming in will now be 41. So I ask my colleagues to please seriously, take into consideration that what we are doing here is not taking away so much in the sense that, we're going to take the whole scholarship away. What the whole intent here is to be able then to create additional scholarships. I think more than anything, you'll find that this body has been very generous in providing additional scholarships. We even extend and redefine some of these scholarships to try to get more students even into the program. But I think the focus needs to be right now with a 4-year degree program will be to get teachers in our classrooms, educated, qualified, certified, 4-year degree teachers in our classrooms. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You wish to make the motion?
Yes, I made that motion earlier, and I'd like to make the motion then that Bill 229 go down to the third reading file.
Any objection? There being no objection, placing it in the voting file, so ordered. We're going to take a short recess, and I'll let is the Chairman of Rules ready to speak?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at your suggestion, with concurrence of our colleagues, there's so many items on the agenda, 12 of which right now are in the third reading file. They've been engrossed. And at your suggestion, if we vote on these items now and transmit to the governor, he'll have more time than if we just voted on all of these bills on Friday. So, Senator Uggan here? So, notwithstanding the House rules, I move that we suspend discussion in the second reading file and proceed to the voting file to dispose of all the bills that have been engrossed, resolutions that have been engrossed, and are ready for us to vote. We're ready.
Is everybody here?
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
After we vote, are we adjourning? I mean, is this it?
No.
Or are we just voting for the sake of voting right now?
Yeah, then after that, we'll go back to the second reading file and then resume other agenda items on the second reading file.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, this point of information also, I was, all this week I've been inquiring when we were going to vote. I was told that we were going to vote on Thursday, and I was hoping to take tomorrow, which is a day off, to go through all the bills, all the notes that I've written on the side to really make the ultimate determination, because there are some issues that I do like in some bills that will, determine. And so, again, I guess I don't know if I can object, if that's not even in order at this point in time. But, only because we have been inquiring, and the voting, as I understood, was supposed to happen on either Thursday or Friday. And so I was reserving some of my time for after this day, including tomorrow, to review the bills that we have gone through in preparation for the vote on Thursday or Friday. To call for the vote right now would not allow me that anymore.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, as the Speaker had indicated, we were going to vote yesterday at 4 p.m., and we were waiting on BVMR to provide fiscal notes for all those bills that are on the third reading file. And I'm happy to report that the BVMR director and her staff worked diligently to comply with that statutory requirement. So every bill right now that's on the voting file is eligible to be voted on. But only 12 of these bills have actually been engrossed. So the request is that we proceed to the voting file and dispose of these items. Yeah.
Is everybody aware of the vote? Is everybody going to be here? I see a couple of empty desks, and I don't want to vote if everybody was not aware that we were going to vote right now.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker, it's just that, again, every time we go into a session, normally the normal time of voting is at the end of the session before we adjourn. And again, I was anticipating the same thing for this session, to call for the vote right now on these bills, again, knowing full well, and again, I might be the only one who has not reached an ultimate determination on some of these bills, because there are some issues I'm going to have to weigh in my own head of whether I can support a bill or not. That's exactly why I was reserving the time. But I was anticipating that we were going to have business as we normally have it, which is to vote right before we adjourn this session. And so the question becomes, is it absolutely necessary that we vote on these bills today as opposed to maybe even early Thursday morning?
Can we take a few minutes?
Is there a bill you don't want to?
We're back on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the motion I just made to give some members a couple more minutes to think about whether or not we want to vote right now. But in the meantime, I make a notwithstanding the House rules motion to revert back to motions for housekeeping purposes.
Please.
Thank
No
you.
objection.
Mr. Speaker, at your request, I move to take Bill number 101 from the voting file and bring it back to the second reading file.
Thank you. Any objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 210 and Bill number 175 at the request of council, these bills need work beyond the what's considered a technical amendment, so I move that they also be brought down to the second reading file from the voting file. Bill 210 and Bill 175. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, so Bill 210, Mr. Speaker, not 175, Bill 210.
Any objection? Any other motions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the request of the sponsor of Bill 92-30, I move that that be taken from the second reading file and returned to the committee of jurisdiction. That's the Civil Service Commission bill.
Thank you.
Okay, my other motion would be the same for Bill 214. Just
Any
to make sure.
objections?
Bill 214 is the establishment of quorum requirements for peace officers at the request of the sponsor. I move that that be brought back to the committee of its original jurisdiction.
Thank you. No objection, so ordered.
Same with Bill 245. There's no committee report for Bill 245, so that I move that that be returned back to the committee of jurisdiction. 245 is to rename the baseball complex situated. Mr. Speaker, can I request from the clerk if we received a committee report for that? So then at this time, I move that that be referred back to the committee of jurisdiction.
Any objection? No objection, so ordered.
40? Can I move Bill 40 back to the committee? Also, at the request of the sponsor of Bill number 40-30, Mr. Speaker, I move that that be referred back to the committee of jurisdiction. And I could read the title. Bill number 40 seeks to preclude from civil and criminal liability any person involved with the donation and distribution of food delivered in good faith for sharing with the needy to be known as the Good Samaritan Food Donation Act of Guam. I move that that be referred back to the committee of jurisdiction.
There being no any objection, there being none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, my last motion, I believe also is for Bill 168. And Bill 168, it deals with encroachment issues. At the request of the sponsor, I move that that be referred back to the committee of jurisdiction.
There being hearing no objection, so ordered.
Can I request a 1 minute recess? We're still on motions. I never got a committee.
Legislature is back in session. Senator,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a notwithstanding motion to pull back the substitute Bill 175 from the voting file, bring it back down to the second reading file. Well, the legal counsel has determined that the change is beyond what's required as a considered technical amendment.
any objection?
That's the 30-year loan thing?
No objection.
And Mr. Speaker, it appears that I'm seeing white smoke, and so I make my motion again to suspend discussion on second reading file and go to the voting file and vote for those items that are contained in the packet, to include the confirmation of the Director of Agriculture.
There being no objection?
Yeah, I'm sure. And then we'll recess afterwards. I'll make that motion when it's more appropriate.
Madam Speaker, we're going to be voting. You want to take your seat? We're voting.
The legislature is back in session. We are down at the voting file. And I'd like to please make sure that all of the senators, okay, thank you very much. We are now in bill number 95-30. Can I
Bill
ask-
number 95-30, COR, introduced by FJ Rector. An act to mandate the continual operations of the F.Q. Sanchez Elementary School by the Guam Department of Education for the benefit of the people of the village of Umatag and the people of Guam by adding a new section 3122.1 to Title 17 Guam Code annotated to be known as the Model Community School Protection Act.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Uggan. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet. Senator Ada. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegui. Senator Tenorio.
Bill number 95-30, COR, received 4 yeas, 11 nays. Bill number 95-30 failed to pass. Bill number 108-30.
Bill number 108-30, COR, as substituted by the Committee on Public Safety, Law Enforcement, and Senior Citizen, and amended on the floor, introduced by B.C. Pangilinan, Adolfo B. Palacios Sr. An act to reestablish the Guam Community Police Review Commission as provided in Chapter 78, Title 10, Guam Code Annotated, to amend Section 78105 and Section 78108A of Chapter 78, Title 10, Guam Code Annotated, and to add a new Section 78126 to Chapter 78, Title 10, Guam Code Annotated.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Uggan. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegree. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampat. Senator Espaldon. Senator Tidegree. Senator Tenorio. Senator Tenorio. Senator Tidegree. Senator Tenorio.
Bill number 108-30 received 11 yeas, 4 nays. Bill 108-30 is duly passed. Bill number 147, COR.
Bill number 147, COR, as amended by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services and Judiciary, and further amended on the floor, introduced by V.C. Pangilinan, A.B. Palacios Sr. An act to add a new subsection P to Section 50103 of Chapter 50 of Title 12 Guam Code Annotated, relative to Guam Economic Development Authority loans and lending practices.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Uggan. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espaldon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegree. Senator Tenorio, Speaker Wampa. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Respicio. Senator Munya Barnes.
Yes.
Senator Respicio.
Bill number 147-30 received 15 yeas. Bill number 147-30. One moment. Senator Respicio, you're recognized, and
Thank you very much,
Bill
Madam
147.
Speaker. On the vote that was just taken on Bill number 147, I move for a motion to reconsider the action of the body.
on that motion. then?
And, no, oh, you never
I didn't declare
declared
it,
it?
you're right, but it's just that we want to, I didn't declare.
Okay, so we need a couple more minutes to review Bill number 147, so I make a notwithstanding motion to go to the next bill, having that you didn't declare the vote that was taken on this bill.
Okay. So on that motion, without any objection, we're going to put this bill aside. I'm not announcing anything yet. We're going to move on to the next bill to vote. No, because I did not, I didn't announce that it had passed or not. So, yes, you're right. I know, but right for now, rather than announcing it, I'm just going to put it aside, not make any announcement yet until they're able to pull some of the records out on a language. No, I didn't. I just said that, but I didn't say whether it passed or not. Yeah, you're right. And I didn't hit the gavel, so nothing yet is final until I hit that gavel and say passed or failed. So we're going to then push it to the side and continue on with the rest of the bills in the voting file. Without any objection then? So ordered. We are now then on resolution number 148-30 LS.
Resolution number 148-30 LS, introduced by Judith P. Wampet, EDD, TR Munoz Barnes, relative to urging the United States Congress and the President of the United States to continue their efforts in calling upon the Iranian government for the immediate release of the members of Friends of Iran and the cessation of the persecution of the Baha'i community in Iran.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Ogden. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munoz Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Tidegui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampa.
Resolution number 148-30 LS received 15 yeas. Resolution number 148-30 was unanimously passed by this body. Bill number 116-30.
Bill number 116-30, COR, as substituted by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services and Judiciary, and amended on the floor. Introduced by F.B. Agun Jr., T.R. Munoz Barnes. An act relative to authorizing the Guam Census Program temporary recruitment and employment of personnel consistent with U.S. Census Bureau's guidelines and to conducting necessary activities related to the Guam Decennial 2010 census and any further census by adding a new section 1209.1.1 to Article 2 of Chapter 1, Division 1, Title 5, Guam Code annotated.
Roll call.
Senator Ada.
This is census bill.
Senator Ogden. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz? Senator Munya Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Rector? Senator Respicio?
Yes.
Senator Tidegree? Senator Tenorio? Speaker Wampet? Senator Cruz?
No.
Bill number 116-30 received 12 yeas and 3 nays. Bill number 116-30 is duly passed by this body. Resolution number 170-30 LS.
Number 170-30 LS, introduced by E.J.B. Calvo, R.J. Respicio, Judith P. Guthers, DPA, Ray Tenorio, J.B. Espadon, Stian, Munya Barnes, relative to establishing a sister city relationship with the city of Olongapo, Republic of the Philippines.
Roll call.
Senator Ada? Senator Uggan? Senator Blas? Senator Calvo? Senator Cruz? Senator Espadon? Senator Guthertz? Senator Munya Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Rector? Senator Respicio? Senator Tidegree? Senator Tenorio? Speaker Wampat?
Resolution number 170-30 LS received 15 yeas. So resolution 170-30 was unanimously passed by this body. Bill number 176-30 COR.
Bill number 176-30, COR, as amended on the floor, introduced by A.B. Palacios Sr. An act to repeal and reenact sections 33106, 33214, and 33601 of Title V Guam Code annotated to establish a separate notary public revolving fund to establish new fees collected by the government of Guam for notary applications and for issuing certificate of authenticity and to apostilles, and to clarify that apostilles are issued by the director or deputy director of the Department of Administration.
Roll call.
Senator Ada? Senator Uggan? Senator Blas? Senator Calvo? Senator Cruz? Senator Espadon? Senator Guthertz? Senator Munya Barnes? Senator Palacios? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Rector? Senator Respicio? Senator Tidegree? Senator Tenorio, Speaker Wampat,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Senator Blas, did you say pass? Okay, pass again. Senator Calvo, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tenorio, Senator Blas, Senator Calvo, Senator Tenorio,
Bill number 176-30 COR received 11 yeas, 4 nays. Bill number 176-30 is duly passed by this body.
No, it went to the second reading file.
What?
Yeah, that was all he made.
11 yeas?
I would have had it either way, but I don't care.
That's what the speaker said. But my motion was to put it in second reading file.
No, it's always good too. I'm only reading what the clerks gave
Got
me.
one there, Calvo.
We made a very good choice when we selected you as our legislative secretary. So the votes are 10 yeas and 5 nays. So Bill 176-30 is duly passed. Thank you very much. Bill number 177-30 COR.
Bill number 177-30 COR as amended on the floor, introduced by A.B. Palacios Sr. An act to add new sections 30119 and 30120 to Chapter 30, Title 5, Guam Code Annotated, relative to authorizing the Office of the Attorney General to collect a fee for its Attorney General clearances, and to establishing a separate fund for the deposit of those fees entitled the Victim or Witness Travel Housing Fund for use by the Office of the Attorney General.
Roll call.
Senator Ada, Senator Ogden, Senator Blas, Senator Calvo, Senator Cruz,
Aye.
Senator Espaldon, Senator Guthert, Senator Munya Barnes, Senator Palacios, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Rector, Senator Respicio, Senator Tidegree, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Wampat. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Tenorio. Senator Munya Barnes.
Bill number 177-30, COR received 13 yeas, 2 nays. Bill number 177-30, COR is duly passed. Bill number 181-30, COR.
Bill number 181-30 COR as amended by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services, and Judiciary, introduced by Frank B. Ogden Jr. An act to amend Section 3106.1 of Chapter 3, Division 1, Title 7, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the Judiciary of Guam Judges and Justices' Annual Compensation Adjustment.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Ogden. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz.
Aye.
Senator Espaldon.
Yes. He's going back to the bench.
Senator Guthertz.
Yes.
Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector.
No.
Senator Respicio.
Yes.
Senator Tidegreen. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampat.
Pass.
Senator Blas.
She always looks at you when she passes.
Senator Tidegree. Speaker Wampat.
Pass.
Senator Blas.
Yes. Frank, did you get 8 votes?
Senator Tidegree. Speaker Wampat.
Pass. You have to stay here. Bill number 181-30 COR received 11 yeas and 4 nays. Bill number 181-30 COR is duly passed. 11 plus 4, 15.
Passed and overridden just in case in veto.
Bill number 200-30 COR.
Bill number 200-30 COR as amended on the floor, introduced by A.B. Palacios Sr. An act to adjust the compensation of the Attorney General of Guam to be comparable and equitable with other legal officer positions of the Government of Guam by amending Section 30116A, Chapter 30, Title 5, Guam Code Annotated, and repealing Section 30116A, Chapter 30, Title 51 Code annotated.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Ogden. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz.
Aye.
Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio.
Yes.
Senator Titegree. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Pass.
Senator Blas. Senator Espadon. Senator Titegree. Speaker Wampet. Senator Blas. Senator Titegree.
Bill number 200-30 COR received 9 yeas, 6 nays. Bill number 200-30 COR is duly passed by this body. Bill number 209-30 LS.
What is that?
209-30 LS. Do you all have a copy of that? You don't have it in your folder?
209-30 LS as amended on the floor, introduced by Judith P. Guthers, DPA, RJ Spichu, MJ Rector. An act to add a new item 4 to subsection A of section 13102 of chapter 13 of Title 4 Guam Code annotated to require all persons or public officials that have authority to enter into binding contracts on behalf of the government of Guam or any of its departments, agencies, autonomous entities, and public corporations to comply with the Public Official Financial Disclosure Act of the Government of Guam, and to add Section 5114 to Title 5 Guam Code annotated relative to the delegation of procurement authority.
Senator Ada. Senator Ogden. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz.
Two confirmation.
Senator Espadon.
Confirmation.
Senator Guthertz. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios.
Two confirmation.
Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Titegree. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Bill number 209-30 LS received 15 yeas. Bill number 209-30 LS is duly passed by this body. We are now down to confirmation, and on the appointment of Mr. Joseph D. Lopez Sr. to serve as a member of the Council on Post-Secondary Institution Certification. And I think the motion was to have this as a roll call vote. Show of hands? Oh, was to discuss, you're right, so now it's a show of hands. Please raise your hand, all those who are in favor. Mr. Joseph D. Lopez Sr. received 14 yeas, so he is then duly confirmed by this body. On the appointment of Mr. Joseph D. Torres as Director, Department of Agriculture, roll call. Yeah, 14 yes, 1 no. He voted no. He didn't. No, he didn't. No, I didn't.
Senator Blas,
You know your computer?
Senator Calvo,
Close it down so I can see.
Senator Cruz, Senator Espadon, Senator Guthertz, Senator Munya Barnes, Senator Palacios, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Rector, Senator Respicio, Senator Tydegre, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Wampet, Senator Blas, I'm sorry, Senator Ogden, sorry about that, Senator Blas.
The appointment of Mr. Joseph D. Torres as Director of the Department of Agriculture, he received 15 yeas, and Mr. Torres is duly confirmed by this body. Senator Respicio on
Madam Speaker, on the matter of Bill 147, notwithstanding the House rules, I move that this just be voted on Friday. That we don't vote on this bill today, and that we vote on it Friday or Thursday or Friday, whenever we get to the voting file. So the motion is just to keep it in the voting file.
to keep it in the voting
Yeah.
file. Okay, so on that motion then, without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding the House rules, I move that we revert to the second reading file, and when we come back on Thursday morning at 9, we pick up discussions on Bill 210, Bill 175, Bill 101, and then everything else on the second reading file in its present order. These are the bills that were pulled back to the second reading file, and the legal counsel has some suggestions on how these bills can be amended.
On that motion then, without any objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, my last motion is to recess until tomorrow morning at 9. Thursday morning at 9.
You'll be the only one here. So recess until Thursday morning at 9 a.m. So ordered. Have a nice Veterans Day.